light of the incoming economic and financial data, the dynamics of
여러분
underlying inflation,
안녕하세요.
and the strength of monetary policy transmission. The decisions
아,
taken
조한
today
씨
are set
벌써
out in the
오셨네요.
press release that is
네,
available on our
안녕하세요.
website.
제가 오늘 좀 많이
I will
늦었죠?
now outline in more detail how we
사실은
see the economy and
좀
inflation developing.
특별한 이유가
We'll explain our assessment of
있어요.
financial and monetary
오늘은
Looking at the
축구
economic
경기가
activity,
있었는데
the euro area economy
공교롭게도
is likely to have
그
stagnated
한국과
in
말레이시아랑
2023.
한
The incoming data
경기인데
continue to signal weakness in the
참
some forward-looking survey indicators
결론이 안 좋네요.
point to a pickup in growth.
저도 사실 결론이 좀 안 좋았다고 생각했는데 거의 마지막까지 3대2까지 갔는데 물론 한국은 이겼고 근데 그 마지막에 말레이시아 쪽에서 한 골 넣었는데 결국엔 3대3이었어요. 진짜 그래도 사실 그렇게 나쁜 결과가 아니라고 생각해요. 왜냐면 뭐 아직까진 그 결론이 나지 않기 때문에 일단은 앞으로 누구랑 동등이냐 해서 이거 결정하기 때문에 일단은 우리 뭐 누구랑 3대3이면 우린 뭐 아마 일본이랑 잘 기억이 안 나요. 근데 무의식적으로 우리랑 얘기했는데 한국은 저한테 이제 좀 되게 제 나라 같아요. 그냥 저를 그냥 한국 사람으로 봐주시면 좋겠어요. 저 항상 한국 응원합니다. 오늘 사실 카트 보니까 타이밍이 괜찮은 타이밍이 좀 많았었는데 네, 역시는 제가 그때 못 들어왔죠. 한 10시 30분에 아마 그 발표가 있었던 거 아닌가? 맞네요. 10시 30분에 GDP 발표 좋게 나와서 나스닥이 도굴기둥 아니네요. 그쵸? 그때 좀 결과가 좋았기 때문에 이렇게 올라가지 않을까 싶어요. 그리고 보니까 지금도 계속 올라가고 있는데 지금 매수로 들어가면 좀 괜찮을 수도? 일단 천천히 상황을 알아보다가 들어가면 될 것 같아요. 근데 지금은 분위기 좋아요. 봅시다.
Almost all measures of underlying inflation declined
휴식에 진심인 편이에요.
네, 여러분 오늘도 달려봅시다. 드디어 당분금의 사북으로 넘어가는데 오늘 과연 지킬지 실지는 잘 모르겠지만 그래도 열심히 해봐야죠. 근데 그 전에는 이게 좀 타이밍을 보면서 뉴스를 좀 봅시다. 뭐가 지금이 뭐 중요하지? 중요한 뉴스가 있는지 실적 발표.
A weaker world economy or a further slowdown in global trade would also weigh on euro area growth. Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine and the tragic conflict in the Middle East are key sources of geopolitical risks. This may result in firms and households becoming less confident about the future and global trade being disrupted. Growth could be higher
저 사실
if
오늘은
rising real incomes mean spending increases by more than
목요일이
anticipated.
아니고 금요일인 줄
Or if the
알았어요.
world economy
워낙
grows more
발표가
strongly
너무
than expected.
많아서
Upside risks to inflation include
금요일인가
the
싶었는데
heightened geopolitical tensions,
아니었네요.
especially in the Middle East, which could push energy prices and freight costs higher in the near term and hamper global trade. Inflation could also turn out higher than anticipated if wages increase by more than expected or profit margins prove more resilient. By contrast, inflation may surprise on the downside if monetary policy dampens demand by more than expected, or if the economic environment in the rest of the world worsens unexpectedly. Moreover, inflation could decline more quickly in the near term if energy
주원
prices
씨 참
evolve in line
눈치가
with the
되게
recent
빠르시네요.
downward shift in market
네,
expectations
오늘은
of the
레버리지를
future
좀
path for oil
바꿔서
and gas prices.
원래 1대20으로 계속
Looking at financial
했는데
and monetary
근데
conditions
워낙
now.
약간
Market
뭐였더라?
interest rates have moved
소박한
broadly sideways since our last meeting.
욕심쟁이?
Our
소박한
restrictive
욕심쟁인가?
monetary policy
계속
continues
이렇게
to transmit
불러잖아요,
strongly
조한 씨.
into broader financing conditions.
좀 이 편이 좀 괜찮았는데
Business loans
근데 갑자기
declined slightly
너무 소박한가
5.2%
싶었는데
in November,
조금
while mortgage
올려도
rates increased further
랩을
to
좀
4%.
바꿀까 생각했어요.
High borrowing
그러니까
rates
일단
with the
오늘은 좀
associated cutbacks in
1대10으로
investment
해보고
plans and house purchases
도저히 안
further
되면
drop in
다시
credit demand in the
1대20으로 다시
as
들어와야
reported
될
in
것
our
같아요.
latest bank lending
근데
survey.
오늘은 좀
While the tightening of
담보금을
credit
좀
standards for
많이
loans to
늘려야 될
firms
것
and households
같은데
moderated, they remained tight,
타이밍을 좀
with banks
봐야겠죠?
concerned
근데
about
사실
the risks
지금은
faced by
매수로
their
들어가도
customers.
좀 괜찮을 수도?
Against this background,
제
credit
생각엔
dynamics have improved somewhat, but
어우,
overall
주원 씨 오늘
remain weak. Loans to
말이
firms
되게 많네요.
stagnated in
혹시
November
주변에 얘기할
compared
사람이
with a year
없는 것
earlier,
같아요.
after contracting in
그쵸?
October, as the monthly flow of
약간
short-term
저녁을
loans rebounded.
기다리면서 오늘 방송 언제 할까
Loans to
할까
households grew at a subdued
근데
annual
시작하자마자
rate of
바로
0.5%.
다
So to conclude,
얘기하셨네요.
the Governing Council today
미국
decided
GDP
to keep the
발표
three key ECB
있었어.
interest rates
오케이,
unchanged.
이따
We are
그때
determined to
10시
ensure that inflation returns to our 2%
30분쯤에 아마
medium-term target
이때쯤
in a timely manner. Based on our current assessment, we consider that the key ECB interest rates are at levels that, maintained for a sufficiently long duration, will make a substantial contribution to this goal. Our future decisions will ensure that
내일은
our policy
PCE
rates
발표
will reflect
중요하죠.
sufficiently restrictive levels
내일도
for as long
발표
as necessary.
있다
We will
보니까
continue to
조심해야죠.
follow a data-driven approach to determining the appropriate level and duration of restrictions. In any case, we stand ready to adjust all of our instruments within our mandate to ensure that inflation returns to our medium-term target and to preserve the smooth functioning of monetary policy transmission. We're now ready to take your questions.
Thank you, President. The first question goes to Bloomberg, please.
Yes, thanks a lot for taking my questions. The first one is on interest rates. So last week in Davos, you said that you consider it likely that interest rates will be cut in summer after some
또 오일을 발효 안 되니까 이거는 맥주 아니고 소다 아니고 그냥 음료수입니다. 어우, 안 들어가는 게 나을 수도. 조금 떨어지고 있네.
And the second one is on geopolitical risk and in particular the Red Sea shipping turmoil. You recently mentioned a possible comeback of supply bottlenecks as a key risk factor for inflation. You also mentioned it today. And your colleague Robert Holzmann even warned that rate cuts in 2024 can't be taken for granted because of these risks. Given the most recent developments, the ongoing tensions in the region,
타이밍이 참
maybe even more concerned about it.
애매하겠죠?
For example, if inflation picks up again due to higher shipping costs, new supply chain disruptions. Thank you.
이럴 땐 진짜 언제 들어가야 되나
Thank you very much
싶어요.
for your series of questions.
너무 타이밍이 너무 애매하면 진짜 뭐 할 수 없어요. 할 수 없어요. 지금 뭐 들어가야 되나 기다려야 되나 들어가도 바로 떨어질 것 같고.
And in addition to that, I typically stand by my comments. So the comments I made to your television.
근데 사실 제가 지금 성격이 너무
stand by them.
급하다 보니까 얼른 들어가고 싶은데
But I stand by what I have said.
근데 왠지 들어가면 큰일 날 것 같아서
Commented that
침착하게 해야 할 듯?
very much the consensus around the table was that we had to continue to be data dependent. So rather than being fixated on any kind of particular calendar, which would be being date,
근데 사실 저는
we reaffirmed
오늘
our
되게
data
인상 깊었어요. 그 축구 경기에 대해서.
flagged in the course of
오,
the
역시
some of the areas that
그
would be particularly
한국
affected.
축구가 축구 퀄리티가 진짜 많이 늘었어요.
You specifically addressed the issue of the supply bottlenecks.
참 너무
I would be maybe a
거기가
bit cautious about the
좋네요.
use of supply bottlenecks because it was very much associated with the consequences of COVID and the multifaceted bottlenecks that we observed, both in shipping, in port handling, in
한 플레이어가 너무
dispatching of containers,
좀
which was really
거슬렸는데
a very
이름을
sizable disruption
안
in the whole logistics.
해주고
But we are
그냥
observing very
어떤
carefully.
플레이어가 너무 거슬렸는데 근데 때마침
Which is that shipping costs are increasing,
중간에
delays are increasing.
그쪽이 중간에 신임 타임이가 바뀌었어요. 그 이후로 바로 골, 축 분위기가 완전 바뀌었어요.
Now, it does not, I think most observers agree to say that it has moderate impact. The percentage of the water shipping
근데 왠지 지금 같은 경우는 타이밍이 좀 애매해가지고 시청자분들이 별로 없을 것 같아요. 여러분 경기가 다 끝났어요. 저한테 오세요. 같이 합시다.
additional risk, whether it's a question of the disruption of shipping that we alluded to, or the price of energy and commodities large.
쉽게 안 떨어질 듯? 그쵸, 저도 그렇게 생각해요. 지금 계속 올라갈 것 같은데 와 진짜 가격 보세요. 17,700원이라니. 제가 해외선물 처음에 시작할 때 그때 나스닥은 한 16,000 얼마였어? 16,200 정도였는데 그때 충분히 높다고 생각했는데 와 근데 지금 와 17,000이라니 무슨 상황이니까
Thank you very much. So, thank you for your question on wage, because as you have noted, it is an item that we're going to look at and that we have looked at very carefully, as we are also looking very carefully at profit unit and the link between labor unit and profit unit, which was one of the key assumptions we had under our baseline. I'll remind you that the baseline we had was that
그럼 혹시 주원 씨도 축구 경기 보셨나요? 진짜 재밌었어요. 지금 들어가야 될 듯? 매트로 들어가야 돼. 들어가야 될 것 같은데.
Yes, there is a whole battery of backward-looking indicator. For instance, the latest, I think it's the permanent sector employee data that's available, date cycle program. So what we have in addition to that is indices that we have built over the course of time, one of which is actually originating in Pearl Island. So our chief economist, Philip Lane, was at the origin of that one, which is the wage tracker, which receives almost live any change to
오, 이 아줌마가
negotiated
European Central Bank
we receive that on a constant basis. The
베이직이었구나.
other indicator, which
어,
also
진짜
is important, not so much in relation to wages,
그 지금
but in
뉴스
relation
나온
to the type
그
of labor
아줌마입니다.
market, is Indeed.
멋지고 화려한 이름의 끝은 어디일까요? 우리는 얼마나
Which gathers all the vacancies advertised, particularly on internet, and that informs about the tension of the labor market, and of course is telling us a little bit where we are heading in terms of that tightness, which itself result in a position of strength in the
그럼
negotiation. For one party or the other.
축구를 안 꼬셨다는 얘기죠.
We are seeing those
아이고, 되게
indicators
시리는
at
건
a high level.
어떠셨네요.
What we are also seeing
아니,
on the wage tracker,
돈이 중요하다고 아는데 근데 재밌게 좀
which explains the comments
쉬어야죠.
included in the
재밌게 좀
monetary policy
놀아야죠.
statement. And in Indeed, we are seeing also a slight reduction of the volume of vacancies that are advertised. Now we take all this data, at face value, and we try to constantly corroborate them. We do that with the national central banks. Observers and economists to make sure that we really canvass the 20 member states as accurately as possible. But it's not elusive, because really we're trying to pin it down, but it requires that we look at it from multiple angles to make sure that we are as
근데
accurate
사실은
and as
진짜
up to date as we
그
can.
조금
Being
돈을
forward-looking is not an easy
벌어서
one for wages.
거기 경기장에 가서 실제로 보는 게 제일 좋죠. 그게 지금 어디야? 두바이인가? 뭐 사실 정확히 어딘지 잘 모르겠는데 근데 진짜 직접 가서 보고 싶네요. 그 경기장에서 그 받을 수 있는 에너지가 진짜 대단할 것 같아요. 매매로 벌어야죠. 매매로라도 벌어야죠. 카타르 맞아 카타르 VIP석에서 VIP석이면 진짜 너무 엄청 비싸지 않을까요? 근데 저는 VIP석은 너무 높고 그런 느낌을 못 받을 것 같아요. 근데 오히려 그 VIP 말고 거의 경기장 앞에서 거기 경기 필드 그 쪽에서 있는 자리 있잖아요. 거기 사실 실제로 공도 받을 수 있잖아요. 그냥 날아가는 공 이렇게 실제로 받을 수 있잖아요. 약간 그 선수들이랑 좀 가까이 있는 자리에 이렇게 경기도 볼 수 있다는 거죠. 그러니까 VIP석보다 그냥 보통석이 훨씬 재밌을 수도 있어요. 저 열심히 살고 풀어야죠. 그냥 사실 실제로 나가서 어디 일 나가서 그 월급 받는 게 보다는 지금 해외 선물로 그런 매매로 성공적인 매매로 돈 버는 게 저한테는 지금 제일 좋은 방법이에요. 제가 지금 공식적으로 그 무직 상태입니다.
November number, which was this 2.4, but we had expected that upside which was caused by base effects, largely
무직
attributed
상태다
German measures.
보니까 지금 담보금이 계속 늘어야 또 올리면 되고, 근데 돈을 잃으면서 하면 진짜 우울해질 거예요. 그러니까 지금 오늘부터 돈 신고를 좀 봐야 될 것 같고, 그래서 이런 마음으로 제가 레버리지를 좀 바꿨어요.
Thank you. And the next question goes to
그래도 사실 레버리지를 변경하는 만큼 제가 지금 너무 부담이 너무 커요. 왜냐면 잘못 들어오면 그때부터 바로 담보금 안녕, 월세 안녕, 밥 안녕. 열심히 조심하게 살아야죠. 그러니 열심히 공부하고 노력해야죠. 제가 사실은 공부머리 없어요. 제가 공부를 진짜 싫어하거든요. 그래서 사실 대학교 다녔을 때도 약간 공부로보다 약간 느낌으로 그리고 제 카리스마로 다 붙었어요. 근데 누가 보면 제 성적만 봐도 아니면 그 선생님들의 평가 같은 거 저한테 대해서 평가를 이런 걸 보면 얘는 진짜 공부를 잘하는 앤데? 라고 할 수 있을 것 같은데, 근데 실제로 공부 안 했어요. 저는 이거 좀 능력이라고 생각해요. 능력이라는 타고난 거? 약간 제 감으로 이렇게 어떻게든 빠져나가는 거? 사실 지금도 그래요. 지금 물론 조금 공부하는 상태인데, 근데 정확히는 이건 맞나? 이렇게 하는 거 맞나 싶어서, 그러니까 사실 지금 해외선물도 제 감으로 하는 거예요. 지금도 보세요. 지금 들어갔었을 텐데 들어갔으면 좀 괜찮은 타이밍인 것 같은데.
So on wage growth, I think what we are already seeing, whether you look at sort of past wage numbers, whether you dissect that in compensation per employee, in negotiated wages, taking on excluding the one-off payments,
왠지
we are seeing a slight decline. So it's directionally good. 감을
믿고 있는데 차트를 안 봐서 타이밍을 놓쳤어요. 제가 워낙 말이 좀 많기 때문에 말을 하면 다른 데에서 집중이 안 돼요. 그냥 딱 치고 할까?
Measurement item you take, that these increases are sufficiently absorbed by the profit unit, as we are seeing it happening at the moment, so that it does not go into fueling inflation, which would create the risk of a second round effect, which we are not seeing for the moment. So the hypothesis that we had result of dampened demand as a result of our monetary policy stance is actually happening, and there is a phenomenon of catching up for employees. It's also one of the reasons why we see growth coming up and the recovery beginning in the course of 2024 because of rising wages while inflation comes down, which will free up some purchasing power, which hopefully will stimulate consumption. Now, on your second question, I'm not going to answer your question, Martin, because the real answer is that I'm not so sure, and it's the honest answer to you. I could play a game of telling you that maybe it's a little higher, but we're not going to know until we get to that point of the neutral interest rate. And as policymakers, I think it's our responsibility not to predicate, not to anticipate, but to make the right policy decisions in due course to make sure that we reach our medium-term target of 2%.
Thank you. And the next question goes to Silvia Gazzoni of class CNBC Italy.
Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, Vice President. So the first question, given that markets' expectations are still optimistic, of course the ECB is data dependent, but would you say that the pace or rate cut in April is unlikely?
역시 그때 타이밍이 좀 애매했을 듯?
Refer to growth again. You said that there are
근데
more
왠지 지금
countries.
조금
If it's true
내려갔다가
that
또 올라가지
the
않을까
path in
싶어.
inflation is following your December projection, is it true also for growth? Thank you.
그렇지 않을까요?
We are in January, and the first quarter Q1 24 is going to end in March. So I think it's totally premature to
아니, 이
anticipate
사람아
what exactly
진짜
will be the growth
힘들어 보여?
projection.
저 지금 너무 멀쩡한데?
At our next meeting
아,
in March.
참나.
We will come to that projection
뭘
when
해도
we
힘들어
produce our
보여요.
projections in March.
저는
On your other question,
전 오늘 메이크업 했거든요?
I think
항상 제가 메이크업 하면 항상 되게 민유님 되게 피곤해 보이세요 아니거든요? 아니거든요? 하나도 안 피곤해요.
before we can be sufficiently confident that inflation will actually hit the target in a timely manner and at
앞으로도
a sustainable
메이크업 안 해야 되겠다.
target. So
진짜.
it's a disinflation process in which we are. It is working, but we need to be more advanced and we need to be further along in that process to be confident that inflation will be at target sustainably. And I'm giving you a little indication about what I call the track.
그러니까요, 그쵸. 카메라 이상해요.
Forward guidance. It's
저는
trying to
저
generate
이상한 거
things
아니고
that we
카메라
apply
이상해요.
in our considerations when we look at data in the next few weeks.
Next question is
고마워요. 응?
On the issue of
얼마나 열심히
omission
예쁘게
here or
했는데
there,
오늘요.
I think you should not be overly focused on what is deleted, what stays in. There are some segments in the monetary policy statements that we are very keen to keep because they indicate the principle on which we lay our monetary policy stance, and that are the backbone of our discussions. Okay? But a word here or a word there, I would not give it too much of weight.
아, 역시 레버리지를 바꾸고 나서 조금 더 조심하게 되네요.
In our expression, to use fewer words, to be more
전 무서운 여자예요. 조심하세요.
Sometimes implies that we change, sentence, the order of arrival.
저를 길거리에서 보면
Don't pay too much
도망가세요.
attention of one or the other.
진짜 무서운 여자예요.
Sentences of drop off key points that are repeated on a regular basis. That means so. At the ECB, we have many surveys, and we actually conduct surveys in a very technically proof way that we can trust. And in the surveys that the ECB conducts, we typically ask staff whether they are happy to work at the ECB. Those surveys are responded to at a rate of about 60%, north of 60%. To that question,
잠시만요. 저
are you
단
happy to work
떨어져요.
at the ECB? The
어,
overwhelming majority
아,
make
1시간 10분 전. 오케이. 기다려야죠. 그 기다리는 동안 아이스크림 좀 먹어야죠. 잠시만 기다려주세요.
Work at the ECB. The answer is overwhelming majority again, north of 75%. And a question that is often asked as well is, do you feel a mission associated to your work? More than 90% of staff says yes. Now, we ask lots of other questions about satisfaction, dissatisfaction, compensation, dignity at work, and all the rest of it. And we pay great attention to these technically sound responses, and we act upon them. And we will continue to do so. Now, what keeps me going is those answers. And I'm extremely proud of the staff of the ECB. And I'm very proud and honored to lead the institution, because we are driven by a mission, delivering by stability, but serving the Europeans. And we will continue doing that. Thus,
The first one is on the divergence of inflation rates. Now it's been there for a while, but now in some countries,
부드러운 여자, 부담스러운 여자 아닌가요?
while other member states
부드러운
have
여자?
to go with regard to inflation rates to bring it down to 2%. So how big of a burden is that in terms of transmission of monetary policy, as well as regarding discussions in the governing council on the timing of rate cuts? And my second question is on spreads. Spreads of sovereign bonds have narrowed in recent times. Is that good news? Are you pleased to see that, or are you worried that markets have gotten ahead of themselves in that regard as well, assuming lower rates going forward?
네? 베스트 아니요?
for your question,
지금 먹고 있거든요.
it's inherent to the euro area that we have heterogeneity, that we have diversity.
오늘은 좀 기다리면서 먹방 타임 좀 가질래요?
It's the case for inflation. Clearly, it is the case for the type of lending terms that are offered to Europeans, whether you have a loan in Portugal or Spain, or whether you have a loan in France. When you're a household, you're going to have different terms applied to you. And that's what we have inherited from the euro area. It's what it is. And I can assure you that around the table, all governors come both in their respective capacity, having in mind their country, but also having in mind the whole euro area and determining the policy for the whole euro area. So we look at that carefully, but there is lots of explanations as to why, for instance, inflation was much higher in the Baltic states than it was in France, for example. But we obviously have to decide for the whole of the euro area, and the governors are committed to that as an area of competence as far as they're concerned. Spread is one indication of transmission, and of course we look at those carefully, but I'm not going to buzz any of each other.
리가티 중계가 말씀을 많이 하시네요. 제가요? 지금 무슨 말인지 제가 사실 몰라요. 무슨 말씀을 주시는 거죠? 아니면 제가? 네? 이 아줌마 라면 좀 보세요. 와, 너무 이가 너무 하얗던데요? 아, 이가 아니고 치아. 와, 근데 이 아줌마 진짜 멋있다. 와, 인스타 좀 많이 올라갔네. 계속 올라가고 있어. 그쵸, 그렇게 보여요. 되게 중요한 모임 같아요. 네, 뭐지? 저도 사실 이렇게 나중에 되게 멋있게 늘리고 싶어요. 앞에 3분 아니고 4분 정. 지금 준비하면서 제 감은 봅시다. 매수냐 매도냐.
Thank you very much for taking my question. The first question, I want to ask that given the latest PMI and the tensions in the Red Sea, where do you think that
저는 오늘 매수 못 같아요.
in the fourth quarter?
주한 씨는 어떻게 생각하세요? 어떻게 어디로 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요?
That the eurozone will avoid the recession. And the second question is again about the staff survey mentioned before.
저 왠지요. 오늘도 계속 올라갈 것 같아요.
It's fair, and how do you plan to address this criticism in the next years that you still be ECB president? Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
그쵸, 오늘 롱이요. 열심히 했어.
PMI numbers you're referring to, because the most recent PMI numbers are actually little indication that things are, coming in place for recovery in 24. So if you have other PMI numbers that I'm not aware of, then let me know. But when I look at the
오늘이
PMI output,
레버리지도 바꾸면서 오늘 같은 경우는 나가게 되면 저 앞으로 회수는 안 할 거예요. 안 할 거예요, 진짜. 오늘 진짜 많이 벌어야 돼. 많이 벌면 그때 오케이 인정하고 계속 할 거야. 근데 엄청 많이 벌어지면 어상을 엄청 많이 보면 내 길이 아닌 것 같아.
But I'm not going to waste everybody's time with that. But we recognize the weakness of growth, and that weakness obviously applies to
2분 전 여러분
Now, there are
준비하시죠.
multiple ways to define what is a recession. The technical terminology of 2 quarters in a row that are negative is one way to look at it. I remember discussing that with my colleague and friend Janet Yellen, where the US had 2
1분 전
quarters in a row that were negative. And when I said, well, Janet, you must be in a recession, she said, what? With those employment numbers? Forget it. We are not in a recession.
준비.
So I think we have to be a attentive to all sorts of data.
좀 준비돼
signals
있어.
On your second question, look, as far as I'm concerned, I am irrelevant as long as I deliver on leading this institution of talented people, not just economists, talented people who are driven to do their job and to
30초. 그쵸?
the rest, me as a person, irrelevant.
나 떨어지네?
Question goes to the video links of Federico Tobini from il Corriere della Sera. Federico, please.
시작됐어.
It's on screen now.
시작했는데 확 떨어지네. 오케이.
Where is he?
방금 전 매수로 안 들어갔다는 거 진짜 현명한 선택입니다. 아이고 잘한다. 아이고 잘한다. 위험하다. 와, 다시 확 올라갈 줄 알았는데. 오케이, 역시 발표 이거 발표 아니잖아. 뭐 아무튼 발표나 시장 시작할 때 바로 틀어져. 확률적으로 그래. 왠지 모르겠지만 일단 시작하고 떨어지고 그리고 지금 보세요. 올라가잖아.
You must have checked that very carefully because I received the same question from multiple Italian journalists. So you must be feeding them. On your first question, I would simply repeat what I have said. So I partially responded to your question. We are looking at all data, not just wages.
오케이.
And in terms of activity, what we're seeing is hard data
아직이야.
that is weak. You know, you look at industrial production, it continued to decline. You look at retail sales, it remained weak. It didn't decline further, but it remained weak. If we try to look at PMI numbers in particular, as I just said, we are seeing some encouraging numbers, whether it indicates stabilization or slight uptick. This is, it's very early sign. People can challenge PMI numbers, and they do. But at least we are seeing numbers that are either to the upside or stable.
올라가겠지?
On your other question, as I said, we are looking at all sorts of data. We are looking at wages a lot for the reasons that I have explained. And because there is a catch-up process that is underway and that should run its course this year, probably next year.
오케이, 올라가네.
But we're looking at lots of other things. So, I would not draw any conclusion from a date of publication. You have to appreciate that, yes, we are data dependent, but we look at multiple data, wages being a key one, of course, profit unit being extremely important as well. Energy prices will continue to matter enormously. They've been, taking us up and down, and they are volatile and moving almost as we speak at the moment, given the geopolitical development that we see. We will be looking at fiscal very carefully. There are commitments on the part of member states' governments that they will be withdrawing the energy support. We will be very attentive to that, and we will see how much fiscal consolidation there is relative to the budgets that have been submitted. So it's all this data that we will be looking
Okay.
at, and you're correct about the date of publication.
Thank you very much. This closes our press
아니요.
conference. The next press conference
저 지금
is
기다림
scheduled for
중이에요.
7th of March.
그걸 지금 계속 올라가고
All the best.
있는데
Thank you.
너무
This is
애매하잖아요.
Bloomberg's The Open. I'm Manish Cranny in for Jonathan Farrow. You've been listening to the president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, and how personifies the differential between the US and Europe. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood. Let's see which road Lagarde takes. Quick look at markets. Equities are flying higher. Growth in the United States of America, the strongest since 2021. More from Mike McKee in a moment, and prices are dropping. Equities are higher. The breadth in equities comes this morning in the stronger economic read of 1.3% on the Russell 2000. Roll it over and have a look at the impact of Lagarde's speech. She talks about rates feeding forcefully through, but she stands by her comment in Davos with Francine Lacroix last week about the summertime timing, the timing of the first cut. She reaffirms what she said to Bloomberg News last week. Yields drop, the euro drops. By the way, this market seems to be focused on rates feeding through forcefully and the disinflation narrative. Inflation on all the underlying measures are falling. Yields around Europe decline, most so in Italy. Lagarde leaves optionality on the table, but it is premature to talk about rate cuts, is what she said. Have a look at the euro dollar. The euro dollar declines because this market is betting from 129 basis point cuts going into this meeting to 138 and bid now. So the euro is a little bit better offered, I think, because of the economic outlook and the disinflation outlook, rather than the timing that she really is trying to avoid. There are no radical pickup in the PMIs, just incremental. Christine Lagarde weighing in on the decision.
Aside from an energy-related upward base effect on headline inflation, the declining trend in underlying inflation has continued, and outburst interest rate increases keep being transmitted forcefully into financing conditions. Tight financing conditions are dampening demand, and this is helping to push down inflation.
To discuss at the press conference is Alessio De Nobis and Ella Hoxa of Newton Investment Management. There's a resounding line in this news conference. Rates feed forcefully through. Is the ECB at risk of bullying a recession?
Good morning or afternoon here in London. Well, I think data generally has been weak in Europe, certainly surprising on the downside, reaching a trough in the summer of last year. So we've seen a bit of upside momentum as
혹시 조금씩 대사도 하시네요? 그러니까 대사대에서 관심이 참 많으시네요. 전 대사에서 관심이 없는데, 근데 대사는 사실 뭐 부르질만 하네. 일어나서 주댕이만 열전해서 바로 그러지냐.
Certainly the indicators we look at don't paint such a bullish picture for growth in Europe, certainly not 6 months down the line. And so potentially, yes, keeping rates tighter, you are potentially, I think, judging by the reaction of the euro, you're potentially triggering some more concerns.
이러다가 스위치가 생길 수도 있어요. 조심해요.
Listening to Lagarde, the bond market is very much still holding on to the slowdown in disinflation, the slowdown in stagnation in the fourth quarter as something that gives them some optionality for earlier rate cuts. Alessio, your first take.
Yeah, I think certainly the ECB is making the right decision with respect to that timing question that you outlined at the opening statement. The PMI is just being marginally better. The bank lending service still being in a tightening environment, but somewhat less so. And most importantly, the differential impact that the Red Sea is causing to container routes for Europe rather than the US, really, there's no value for accelerating that rate cap path. But rate caps are still very much on the table, and the market is basically interpreting any rate cut that is not happening sooner will be happening later. The ECB might be in the position of having to do more later rather than something sooner. But otherwise, we think over the next 6 months there is still an interesting cyclical divergence emerging, evidence from the PMIs.
돈 벌기가 쉽네요. 저기요. 참 그렇게 쉬울 거면 조연씨한테 그렇게 쉬울 거면 참 부럽네요. 저는 그렇게 쉬운 일이 아니에요.
Is with us. We are strong.
Well, you went from Robert Frost
I
to
did.
Star Wars. I was thinking in terms of Robert Frost and two roads diverging into wood. The U.S. is taking the road less traveled by, the one of growth. for fourth quarter over fourth quarter number, it was up 3.1%. The Fed thought they were going to get 2.6, so the Fed's going to have to think about these numbers. Annual GDP up 2.5%. That's going to be good news for Joe Biden and his political ads. Consumer spending in that GDP report was still strong at 2.8%. Business spending increased a little bit. And look at that GDP headline price index, 1.5%. The Fed has said that stronger growth might be an inflation risk. Doesn't look like it so far. Other numbers we got today, initial jobless claims, they're up, but they're still in the low 200,000s, and continuing claims a little higher than anticipated, but still fairly low. Trade balance, trade contributed to GDP, growing trade balance narrowed a little bit. Durable goods orders flat, but that was largely because Boeing orders that the company received
아니 사실 좀
in the December numbers.
들어가고 싶은데 들어가고 싶은데 근데 이거 보세요. 언제 들어가야 돼요? 어? 언제? 도대체? 맞아요. 타이밍도 그렇고 해외 선물도 그렇고 그냥 주식도 그렇고 너무 어렵다. 아, 저 이 그림 너무 좋아요. 진짜 제 모습이랑 너무 비슷해요. 얼굴도 비슷하잖아요. 너무 어려워요. 너무 어려워요. 언제 들어가야 될지 진짜 모르겠다.
My guest this morning, Alessio De Longis and Hoxa. Alessio, I mean, you say, I sat back this morning. This is about a very rarefied era that we're living in at the moment, of where tech is just accelerating. And you would say that unless global growth begins to accelerate meaningfully in the near term, it's going to be hard to validate adding more risk. But here you go. I mean, you've got everything you wanted. You've got the GDP on fire here in the US and prices dropping. Can that sustain? And are you convinced to add more risk?
That's a very, very important point, Manus. We have been overweight risk now for 6 months, and the GDP, we have argued for a while of this perfect Goldilocks scenario that was likely to occur. And I think we saw that in spades with the performance of assets, and now with the report today for the economy, also for Q4. I think this report largely validates what asset prices really did. Let's remember, Q4 was
집 떨어지면 바로 매수를 들어가고 쭉 올라가는 완벽한 계획이겠죠?
The markets have priced interest rate cuts and seen a boost from this expectation of this Goldilocks scenario where growth is below trend and stable. Arguably in the US it's been quite a bit higher than global growth. And inflation is coming down. That's the perfect scenario. But now we need to see a continuation of that very strong data very quickly. Otherwise, there is a risk that market participants may take a bit of a pause. We need to see a stronger earnings season. We need to see that, similar to what ECB said, from a tentative reacceleration to a meaningful reacceleration of growth.
I'm trying to keep everybody in the church happy. Ella, in 20 seconds, on the backing up of yields, are you a buyer of them? Sorry to squeeze you, but time is against us.
Depends on your starting point. So if you're starting low duration, which we are, then you start buying backups here. I think the risks down the road still remain, but it's a Q2, Q3 scenario rather than playing it for just now.
Okay, Ella, thank you very much. That's a short, sharp riposte. Thank you for being concise. Alessio De Longis, Ella Hoxa on the markets. Joining me now to go under the hood ahead of this opening bell. It's two roads diverging, a yellow one between Tesla and IBM. Abby, what have you got for me?
Indeed, well, Tesla is weighing on markets, but nonetheless, we have the S&P 500 heading to a 6th up day in a row. Taking a look at the shares of Tesla, they are down, but off of the lows, down about 9% right now, and actually that looks like they're back at the lows, the worst day of the year. They missed numbers, and they also, important to say, the rate of expansion will be notably lower, pointing to some saturation for the dominant EV maker. On the other hand, CEO Elon Musk is indicating this will be temporary. They're going to build cheaper cars in their plants in Austin and Mexico, and this will create new demand. Boeing, or excuse me, Humana is down 11.39%. The shares are really taking a hit right now, and this, of course, after they cut shares tumbling. One
저
bright
사실
spot,
지금
very simple
너무
bright spot this morning is
조심스러워요.
Microsoft up 0.3% nonetheless. Earlier at an all-time high, they did announce earlier they're
정확한
cutting
타이밍을
1,800
지금
Activision, Blizzard, and Xbox
기다리고
staff,
있는데
but just a small gain on that right now at this point.
근데 지금의 상태, 지금의 레버리지로 들어가면 진짜 나가게 될 수 있기 때문에 조심할 수밖에 없어. 그래도 많이 떨어졌네? 많이는 아니지만 그래도 원래 17,700원 정도 있었는데 지금 17,680쯤? 이거 뭐야?
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
Breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
오케이, 지금 조금 더 떨어지면서 조금 더 기다리면서 조금 올라갈 때 그때 바로 매수로 들어간대. 조한씨 같이 잘 돼야죠. 같이. 그냥 같이 좀 기다려 보시죠. 그러니까 지금 진짜 발을 진짜 잘 잡아야 돼요. 진짜 잘 잡아야 돼요.
It's definitely a public-private discussion, but it's very complex technology. So I actually spend quite a bit of time in DC talking to folks, saying, just educating them on what it could do. But I think first and foremost, the data that it collects, there needs to be an understanding. The user needs to understand the level of data that it's collecting, and then be the one who says where that data goes.
확인해야 할 문서가 너무 많아? 종이문서 100% 폐지, 페이퍼리스 보험사, 전자문서 전환으로 환경까지 생각하는 미래에셋 생명. 보험 상담하러 갈 시간이 없어? 언제 어디서든 비대면 화상 상담 서비스로 모든 보험 업무가 가능. 미래에셋 생명. 통화 대기 시간이 너무 길어? 디지털 ARS 서비스로 24시간 통화 대기 없는 미래에셋 생명. 홈페이지, 온라인 보험, 사이버 창구 찾기가 어려워? 온라인 통합 사이트 서비스로 한 곳에서 한 번에 해결하는 미래에셋 생명. 디지털 보험사의 미래가 궁금해? 대기표도, 기다림도, 종이 서류도 없는 디지털 혁신 보험사. 미래에셋 생명.
Bush weighing in on the Tesla earnings, and the company yesterday posting their first annual profit decline since 2017, warning of there will be no volume through 2024. Joining me now is Craig Owen, Roth Capital Partners Managing Director and Senior Research Analyst. You're neutral on the stock. The PT is 85. It's going to take a hell of a bath to get there. Was it a train wreck? Good morning.
So I can't say that this was not most favorable, right? Consensus for growth this year for 1.2 million units. anticipated 2 million annualized for growth was 3.5% on an absolute basis for revenue year-over-year in the fourth quarter. So, come on. We knew that things were getting worse. We knew that things were getting much worse. So the $85 price target is based on a comp versus Toyota, right? Something that's fair and reasonable. There's nothing that Tesla has that Toyota doesn't. Now, there's 2 levers that Elon Musk have been waiting 5 years for him to pull. One is the mini car, the other one is India. So he's now getting about as official as possible on the mini car and saying that saves his growth,
좋아요.
his growth rate
지금
to get him to 50%. You know,
제
India, the Times of
친구여서
India has actually announced a
야,
500,000
얘
unit
지금
facility.
밀당하고 있구나.
We should
약간
consider that
여태쯤
priced in too.
들어와 들어와 매수로
question to you
들어와
is then,
이런
is this market
분위기였었는데
slashing down by 9%, 10%?
갑자기
Does that
들어지면
say to me
어떡해?
the days of 40, 30, 40, 50% growth, they are over. They are in the rear view mirror.
아닌가?
Absolutely over. Yes. This company is in a maturation phase. This industry actually is in a maturation phase. Elon Musk is driving it. He's creating the industry by driving price cuts, by
아닌가?
putting out less expensive vehicles. He's forcing the dominant players like, Mercedes to get out there and compete.
You sound like somebody that wants Elon Musk to go.
모르겠다요,
You don't want him to have 25% of the
No,
company.
I love Musk.
You love Musk.
진짜
You want to have
오늘은
25% of the company.
그냥 타이밍을 기다리면서
Because I think it's overvalued. Let it happen.
그냥
Will the board
끝낼
go
수도
with that?
있어요. 오늘 그냥 아무것도 안 할 수도 있어요. 되게 소심한 편. 아, 거봐요. 지금 조금 더 올라갔다가 또 떨어질 것 같은데?
No, it's a car company. It doesn't ring well. I think it was a misstep on his part. But heck, if that's what it takes to keep him engaged and passionate, get in there. I mean, this man has transformed the automotive industry.
Tell me what saves me from going to $85 then, taking me to the higher land. About people, giving me different prices on the higher land. So if you're 85 in the worst case scenario, what takes me to the upside?
I'll give you why it's going to $85 instead, right? So that's my price target. That's why, because the dancing robot was actually a human actor inside a suit. You didn't see Boston Dynamics get sold for $1 trillion, right? So robotics, give me a break. State of the art for 2014. Cybertruck, it's too Mad Max to be mass market, right? This is not a compelling vehicle. This is a vanity project for Elon Musk, right? The semi-trailer, the Tesla Semi. Customers that want this can't cite it. You can't put the charging in place because you got to get a multi-megawatt charging site off your utility. Utilities don't have that, right? And actually this week I met with someone that interviewed several of the drivers of those vehicles. They're not performing to specifications, right? You've got an aging fleet of vehicles out there. You've got, robo-taxis still far off in the future. All these things that have been used to, create hopes and dreams around Tesla are not coming to fruition. The tangible things that matter. Mini car, India, China, US and Europe, right?
저는 저기 좋은 편이에요.
And that means that we're going into a very bearish phase for Tesla, where retail, I don't think, is enamored as much as they have been, and retail's a large part about when you talk this stuff up.
Greg, you're shattering dreams. You're literally shattering dreams out there. You are. No, you're crushing it. You're crushing the Cybertruck like he crushed the window. Let's close it off very, very briefly. Have we got, Kathy Wood was with me a couple of weeks ago. She said, there's a moat. There's a fantastic moat around Elon Musk. You would say, to close off then, that moat is lit. There's a lineup of hole after hole after hole in the Tesla Elon moat. In a minute.
In 10 seconds, right? Take a look at the specifications on the Lucid drivetrain. Vastly superior to anything that's come out of Tesla. Vastly superior. Tesla stuff was designed 5 years ago and they haven't updated it. So, the basic specifications, kilowatts per mile, and the weight of the vehicle. Tesla's lagging. It's not leading at the moment. And they really need to get out there and lead. The mini car could establish leadership again, but it's very high risk. The new manufacturing approach is going to be tricky. I'd rather see actually go into production if I was an investor.
Okay, and then quickly in 30 seconds, China, you say it's all in the price. I'm seeing a deceleration, 25% growth from 36% growth to 96% growth. We've got a demand problem or a product problem in 30 seconds.
So it's a political problem more than anything. So China is favoring Chinese produced with Chinese manufacturers. BYD is now the largest EV producer in the world. And
Craig, thank you very much. Craig Irwin of Roth Capital, keeping the dreams on ice for the moment in Tesla. Let's get into the sectors. Abigail Doolittle's with me. Make my dreams come true, Abby.
Well, some of the stock bulls, those dreams are coming true because we're looking at a sixth update in a row for the S&P 500, the longest and best winning streak of the year, and there's broad sector support. 9 of the 11 sectors are higher. Real estate, utilities among them. Those dividends look more attractive, but yields are lower. Speaking of Tesla, consumer discretionary is the worst sector of the day, 1% dragged down by Tesla. In fact, coming into today, consumer discretionary was one of the few sectors down. We now are looking at a 4-day losing streak for consumer discretionary, but you can see that it was really today that's the big decline taking this index, this particular sector down nearly 2% over the last 4 days. In contrast, the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 at record highs.
GDP numbers and the price index certainly made sense for the first time. Trading diary, this is what we got for you. President Biden will speak infrastructure and jobs at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Earnings continue to roll in. Intel reports after close tonight. American Express deliver their results on Friday. And we get, you got it, the PCE. What's it going to do to the bond market? And finally, on Wednesday of next week, a Fed decision. Chair Powell news conference overnight. We're going to get election. What will that do? How well are the rich doing? How tough is the acceleration of inflation? That is countdown to the open. This is
오, 안 들어가는 게 낫어. 진짜. 봐요. 지금 얼마나 떨어지고 있는지. 근데 지금 뉴스 보니까 나스닥 계속 올라가고 있고 나머지 주식 계속 올라가고 있기 때문에 오늘 사실 롱이 진짜 많은 선택일 것 같아요. 근데 문제는 언제 들어가야 될지는 이거야. 진짜 모르겠다.
So I made a computer model that showed that in fact the tail of these sauropod dinosaurs could actually act like a whip, a bullwhip. And the word bullwhip makes that cracking noise. Actually goes about twice the speed of sound. I think the way they got it was to impress the females by making loud booms.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
Today, I would say perhaps only second to AI right now, which is AI has got so much going on.
계속 기다려. 진짜.
To be a
기다려.
think a lot of it is being driven, frankly, by guidance. Well, some of the, excuse me, some of the profit reports might be coming out better than people expected. When I look at yields this morning, we got American.
여러분, 역시 오늘은 안 되겠죠? 계속 그 레버리지 때문에 너무 조심하기 때문에 언제쯤 들어가야 되나. 참. 그래도 계속 지금 타이밍을 지금 놓치고 있어요. 아무래도 오늘은 그냥 안 하는 게 낫지 않을까요? 진짜 어이구야.
So it's interesting, George. Are we? Give us a sense of where we are just in terms
그러니까
of
너무
travel.
못 들어갔어요. 진짜 계속 기다리면서 와 이렇게 보니까 타이밍이 있었네. 타이밍이 있었네. 내가 너무 조심스러웠어. 너무 조심스러웠어. 떨어지지 뭐 지금 떨어지고 있긴 한데 근데 봐봐요. 계속 오르고 있잖아요. 아니 계속 오를 것 같아. 계속. 진짜 너무 소심한데 진짜 그냥 레버리지 다시 2:20으로 바꿔야 되나 진짜? 네, 저를 따라오세요. 오늘 그냥 쉬세요. 오늘 그냥 쉬고 내일 다시 내일 금요일이지. 내일은 제대로 하고 제대로 수익을 좀 뽑으면서 그리고 다시 주말에 쉬시죠. 오늘 진짜 도저히 못 들어갔어.
Southwest has no premium product, so there's a lot of other airlines that have no premium product, and I think they're going to be fighting for the base leisure.
조금요 떨어졌을 때 들어갔으면 대박이에요. 여기쯤?
George, you're out in Los Angeles. The aerospace supply chain conference.
그쵸, 여기쯤 들어갔었으면 진짜 대박이겠죠?
That's rough. So. We saw
근데
today or just late last night from the FAA.
누구 알았겠어 진짜. 응?
The discussion at the aerospace supplier conference is all about labor. Wow. There's been a lot of turnover.
발표 2분 전 한 번 넣으리죠. 지금 매수 참 들어가 볼까? 조한 씨 어떻게 생각하세요? 지금이야. 지금 한번 들어가 볼까?
I think young kids, a lot of discussion here is that young kids, young professionals don't want to come to this industry. They'd rather work for Amazon, rather work for Google, than go to work in the aerospace industry. And so having a real hard time.
저는 주한 씨 믿기로 결정했어요. 딱 들어가 하시면 제가 바로 매수를 누를 거예요. 준비돼 있어. 안 그러면 그냥 오늘 쉬어야 될 것 같아요. 일본 전 하면 좋을까? 들어가 마라. 들어가 마라.
A lot of inspection up in Renton, Washington. Those are the two main factories. They could go deeper and do assembly of the suppliers in Rockville. There's not a lot of things to inspect. My guess is that
한번 해볼까?
expect airplanes in 2024.
아 저도 미치겠어요 진짜. 아 너무 미치겠어. 헷갈려 죽겠어.
Southwest, Ryanair, Alaska Airlines. They've taken the majority of the orders recently. So you'll hear some howling from them. I think you already heard some howling from United CEO Kirby, right, on the MAX 10. So I think that's what's going to happen.
들어갈까?
Pushed into next year.
완전 자반점.
So, I mean, the Boeing stock is up 5.8% today, on 22.5% on the day here. So the street is really concerned, George. I mean, is there a... I mean, I just kind of feel like they're kind of too big to fail. They're too big for anybody to really do anything because it's a duopoly, them and Airbus. But are there some... What is it, like a downside scenario here? Possibly government regulation? Would it be... what's kind of spooking the market?
Well, I think you already have part of the downside, right? That's more intense.
떨어지면 롱으로 무조건 들어가야 돼. 근데 아직 안 떨어져. 아직 안 떨어져. 계속 올라가고 있는데. 지금 올라가는 중? 아닌데요? 지금 떨어지는 중이죠?
For an airline that was supposed to get a plane that's not getting it, do they have other planes that can suffice for them, or are they going to be...
매수로 한 들어가 볼까?
So I think you're going to see the airlines holding on to their older aircraft. If they have older aircraft, they're flying longer and different.
그러니까요. 지금 너무 위험할 것 같은데? 과연 오늘 다 타이머를 잡는 시겠지? 30분 전이면 12시죠? 12시면 아마 12시 진짜
S&P 500 up a half of 1% right now.
여기 집에 들어갔었을 텐데 그때쯤 들어갔었으면
President Biden is zeroing in now on an expected rematch against Donald Trump after this week's New Hampshire primaries. 10 months from election day, Biden's right victory in a New Hampshire race wasn't on the ballot, galvanized his path to the Democratic nomination. Biden sees a rematch with Trump as both his easiest path to re-election and a validation of his decision at 81 to seek another 4-year term. Another crackdown on diversity programs in schools this week. Florida's Board of Governors, which oversees the public university system, voted yesterday to prohibit state funding to be used toward diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Joe Saunders is with Equality Florida. He spoke at Florida's Board of Governors meeting.
It intimidates, threatens, and in some cases eliminates multicultural student centers, Jewish student unions, Black student unions, Hispanic student unions, and of course LGBT student unions.
Florida is at take such action while nearly 24 other states consider the issue. Opponents say this new law will have an immediate impact. The FBI is warning the public about the online sextortion of children. Rosenberg is the executive director of LifeBridge, tells us the Center for Hope. It's talking to kids to keep them from becoming victims.
We want parents to be able to have conversations with children, and children should be able to have a trusted parent they can go to if they find themselves in a situation that they're over their head on.
The FBI says predators threaten to expose the images if the child does not send them from them, and they use those images to extort money. A Spanish judge has ruled the country's former soccer teams will go on trial for that kiss. The judge says the evidence shows the kiss that Luis Rubiales planted on World Cup winner Jenny Hermoso was done without consent. The former head of Spanish soccer now faces trial on.
와 진짜 여기 찍는데
랩을 먹어?
네네네 매수로 들어가려고 했는데
멸망한 세상 사냥꾼 마동석의 블록버터 탑렉션
와 많이 떨어졌네. 그치 이제 지금 여태까지 떨어지다가 매수 들어가면 올라갔겠지? 오케이 일단 지금 매수로 가면 될 것 같아요. 오케이 일단 가봅시다. 지금 조금 여기 버티다가 뭐 조금 떨어져도 돼. 조금 그 손해를 보면 돼. 괜찮아. 근데 제 성격상 제 느낌상 계속 올라갈 것 같아. 그렇게 믿고 있어요. 그렇게 믿고 싶어요. 왜냐면 보세요. 지금 뉴스도 다 지금 올라가고 있잖아. 왠지 기분이 좋아요. 오케이 봐봐요. 응? 봐봐요. 와 역시 레버리지 바꾸면서 숫자가 많이 다르네요. 어우 기분이 좋네요. 어우 좋아. 근데 제가 방금 생각해봤는데 근데 혹시 동시에 매수도 매도를 같이 할 수 있는 건가요? 뭐 나스닥에 갑자기 매도로 매수를 동시에 하면 그럼 어떻게 되겠죠? 그럼 마이너스 되지 않을까요? 아닌가? 와 좋았어. 바로 12만원. 뭐 여러 종 그 종목을 할 수 있다는 거 알겠는데 한 종목은 안 되는구나. 그쵸? 왜냐면 같이 하면 별 의미가 없겠죠? 그때 완전 마이너스 될 수도 있는데 아니면 사실 매수 같이 바뀌면서 그냥 계속 영 상태에서 예를 들어 지금 올라가면 그때 매도를 취소하면 되잖아요. 아닌가? 제 생각이 잘못된 건가? 말이 안 되죠? 예, 알겠습니다. 오. 오케이, 봅시다. 오, 좋아요. 계속 올라가고 있어요. 오, 오늘은 참 주례를 바뀌면서 분위기 달라지는 거죠. 오케이, 좋아요. 오, 많이 올라가요. 진짜 간다.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This is Bloomberg Business Flash. Right now, Anthony down, the record close. S&P 500 on track for another record close. 9 of the indexes on the major indices higher right now. You have communication services. That's in the lead right now. That's where we're going to find shares. Comcast earnings there top in forecast, boosted by higher broadband rates. Consumer discretionary, that's the worst performing in the S&P 500. And of course, that's where you're going to find shares. Tesla right now, they're down about 10% after earnings. There's a danger, the recent run-up in stocks could be held up. That's a great news.
괜찮았거든요. 그러니까 주식 분위기고 괜찮아야죠. 지금 20분이니까 살짝 올라가고 있고 분위기가 너무 좋고 계속 보시죠. 계속 올라갑시다.
Right now, the S&P 500 20 points higher. That's a 0.4%. 48.88 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 82 points higher. That's up 0.2%. The Nasdaq 100 up 92 points. That is up 0.5% right now. Out to Treasuries. After the GDP better than forecast this morning, and also a measure of inflation that was lower than expected. 4 basis points lower for the 10-year, 4.12. The 2, that's more policy reactive. That's down 6 basis points.
수익이 24만 원이라네요.
That is
너무 좋아.
Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Dale, Paul Sweeney, we're live here.
역시 이건 가지고 어디 여행이라도 가야 되겠다.
Well, on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Radio, that's where you'll find us. Alex, let's talk sustainable energy. Actually, investing in sustainable energy. If you remember back to the Inflation Reduction Act at the time, back in mid-2022, a lot of folks.
그렇게 보니까 레버리지를 바꾸면서 러스트도 만원으로 올라가는 거구나. 오케이.
Charlie, you're a part of a story on Bloomberg that January 15th that says a $50 billion investor says Biden's green law bridges middlemen. What's going on there, Charlie?
Well, as you said, the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, a lot of high hopes, and clearly a necessary move in order to reclaim leadership in a crucially important industry. But we have seen the implementation, quite honestly, be disappointing, and a lot of that goes to the complexity around relying upon tax sectors as a major channel with which
좀 털어줘도 돼. 괜찮아. 좀 털어줘도 다시 올라가면 올라갈 거잖아.
technology is in the right place, economics are increasingly in favor, but there are a number of ways in which the implementation of the IRA has
이거 사실 제가 제일 무서운 거는 그쵸 판이 계속 고지긴 하는데 나중에 혹시 중독될까봐 제가 좀 많이 걱정하거든요.
You're basically saying that a bill passed by the government in some ways is inefficient. So I get that. However, if we take a look at just GDP today, like within that, the contribution of business investment, you can make an argument that did reflect energy projects. And also the idea of the IRA is it is a 10-year thing. So just because you're not breaking ground today doesn't mean you're not going to be breaking ground in 3 years.
이렇게 들어가고
Well, that's exactly right.
있는데
And also, we see a
근데 다른
canvas
사람들이
across the value chain.
잘못 들어오면 진짜 나중에 망할 수 있으니까 진짜 걱정돼요.
But you have a much bigger set of companies who are involved in what we call midstream, so this is transmission and distribution, it's about storage, and then downstream, which is really much closer to the consumer and reflects the changes in which electrification of end demand is happening much more quickly than people thought. And there's a huge number of companies who are benefiting from the stimulus in more indirect ways there. And so it's really important to keep in mind that, as you say, although certain projects are now in the pipeline, have been announced, will take some time to come through, there are a number of other ways in which investors can play this structural theme.
I guess green. Oh, thank you for the button there, Ken. Green investors.
Oh, it's not just me.
No,
Oh,
no,
good.
no.
I
I've only been doing this for 4 years. I know. You gotta
Hey,
push
I'm
yourself.
new.
It's only year 4 for me. Tucker's been doing this for 30. All right, so talk to us about the investment returns that green investors have been dealing with. Not so great here. And if so, why is that?
Well, I think it's important to remind this is an industry that has been around for, a lot of people think it's new, it's been around for a while. We have had a number of really important waves of interest and investment, going all the way back to the late 1990s. A lot of what we see in hydrogen today, for example, are companies that had their IPOs in the late 1990s. So there is some cyclicality. There are times at which sentiment is more or less in favor. What's different now is that we have lived in the last decade through a technological miracle in which the technology has been enabled, not just more green energy, but actually a global energy transformation in which electrons become the backbone of the energy system and begin to increasingly replace hydrocarbons. We are on the cusp of something that we've never seen before, and that's really what technology costs have gotten to. It has certainly something to do with the policy environment. It has something to do with what is able and the innovations that have come through that drive to make this more accessible and cheaper for consumers. So, there are going to be ups and downs, as there's going to be in every industry, but I think it's important to keep in context with these previous waves and these previous areas of interest and what's different now.
오케이, 지금
down to the economics of these technologies.
올라갈 때쯤 오케이, 지금 화장실 가면 되겠구나. 잠깐 다시 올게요.
They like these tax credits, like they dig them and they're in deep with them, and that's making a lot of these projects economics. Like I hear you that the cost of technology is going down, but without certain parts of the IRA, their economics are toast when it comes to this, and these are like $1 billion worth of companies.
Absolutely, and what we have said and what we have written about is that these are appropriate ways in which to stimulate. It's industrial policy writ large, and it really is about the jobs and the inward investment that's going to happen in the future, which industries and how is the U.S. and particularly U.S. companies positioned for that. What we have tried to call out is the complexity about how we get there. So it's not, when you look at the more broad canvas, and the IMF has talked about $7 trillion last year of subsidy into the oil and gas industry, we still have an unlevel playing field. And so that's why this kind of stimulus is necessary. So it's not the reason for stimulus, but it's much more about the mechanisms for implementation that we're trying to shed light on, because we see such a vast opportunity. And we see how many investors are seeing just such a thin slice of this opportunity, and clearly trying to just call out that there are a number of other ways in which this can happen, and there's a much bigger value chain there that can be invested in.
Hey, Charlie, let's step away from the Inflation Reduction Act. I get a sense, and it's just a sense from an outsider, that kind of the move to green energy is stronger, let's say, in Europe than it is in the U.S. And some are saying it's maybe getting a little politicized here in the U.S. You can't even say ESG anymore in many parts, with many parts of the audience. How do you view that broader sense in terms of support?
지금 보니까 좀 머리가리가 왔는데 근데 제가 봤을 때는 오늘 분위기가 좀 괜찮을 것 같아요. 근데 사실 지금 다른 유튜버 분들도 보거든요. 지금 다들 바보처럼 매도 타고 거의 다들 매도 하거든요. 같은데요? 제 개인 생각이긴 한데 아이야 이거야 엄청 많이 떨어지네. 오케이. 아주 무서워요. 오늘 엄청 많이 떨어지기 때문에 일단 좀 빠져나가고 조금 있다가 다시 타이밍을 기다리면서 괜찮은 타이밍이 있으면 다시 들어갈 것 같아요. 이따가 다시 들어갈 것 같아요. 지금은 아닌 것 같고 지금은 일단 좀 타이밍을 보면서 조금 쉴게요. 지금 좀 너무 애매해가지고 너무 봐봐요. 이게 뭐야? 너무 머리가리 하려고 있어. 머리가리 하고 있어. 이번엔 인정. 이번엔 실패. 아니 뭐 실패보다는 그래도 뭐 9만원 벌었어. 저는 실패라고 생각하지 않아요. 수박함 성공? 이렇게 하는데 오케이. 오케이, 일단은 타이밍을 조금 더 기다리면서 여기 계속 있다가 쉴게요. 여러분 화이팅! 제 얼굴이 없어도 계속 해보세요. 화이팅!
가입자 수가 잠실 야구장을 229번 채우고도 남을 자동차 보험은?
척하면 차! 삼성화재 다이렉트 차 자동차 보험.
삼성화재 자동차 보험은 어디가 가장 저렴?
착에서 차! 삼성화재 다이렉트 차 자동차 보험.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom with your company news. Microsoft laying off 1,900 people across its video game divisions. This includes Activision Blizzard. Now, remember, it purchased for $69 billion Activision Blizzard in an acquisition that closed just late last year. In an email to staff reviewed by Bloomberg, the gaming chief wrote that the cuts represent about 8% of Microsoft's 22,000 gaming workers. Humana plunging after it withdrew its 2025 earnings target, also forecast 2024 profit far lower than Wall Street estimates as runaway medical expenses, tighter government payment policies threaten insurers. And Bud Light returning to the Super Bowl with 60-second ads representing the beer maker's biggest bid to recover from that consumer boycott that we had last year. Bud Light parent Anheuser-Busch will also run a minute-long Michelob Ultra commercial featuring soccer legend Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi.
Sure.
Soccer's not my thing. As well as a 30-second Bud spot highlighting the work of wholesalers and featuring the Clydesdale horses, a social media promotion you'll recall with the transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney last April led to the boycott. And here's one for you. This is kind of scary. Tinder issuing a safety warning to its users in Colombia. There's apparently been an increase in criminals using the popular dating app to lure victims who they then drug and rob. In fact, the U.S. Embassy in Bogota cautioned Americans about the risk of using online dating apps in that region. And that is your company news. I'm John Tucker. Again, the S&P 500 higher, up 16 points, up 0.3%.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, a little bit of green on the screen here today. We had better, I would say much better than expected GDP print. S&P 500 is up about 0.3%. The Nasdaq's up 0.5%. Yields coming in off of that print about 5 basis points, 4.12% on your 10-year Treasury. Looking at Bitcoin, it's off slightly, 39,646. And oil higher again, 1.5% on WTI, $76.23 for WTI. Higher right now. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get World and National News with Amy Morrison.
All right, thank you, Paul. Some startling statistics from the Agriculture Secretary that could affect the future of America's food supply. Tom Vilsack spoke at the American Farm Bureau Federation Convention, stating the loss of 437,300 farms since 1981.
To give you a sense of how many farmers that is, that's every farmer today in North Dakota and South Dakota, in Wisconsin and Minnesota, in Iowa and Illinois, Nebraska and Colorado.
Vilsack says that equates to 141 million acres of farmland, and he adds the smaller amount of resources coupled with increasingly harsh weather make it necessary to expand crop insurance. 2 key states cracking down on social media for kids. In New York City, Mayor Eric Adams says he's designating social media as an environmental toxin and a public health hazard.
We are the first major city in America to take this step.
Now in Florida, a bill passed in the House that would ban anyone under the age of 16 from signing up for most social media platforms, regardless of whether they have their parents' approval. Opening statements begin today in the trial of a Michigan mother whose son killed 4 people at his high school 2 years ago. Jennifer Crumbly and her husband, James Crumbly, bought the gun that their son Ethan used in the shooting that also wounded 7 people. Both are charged with involuntary manslaughter. Oakland County Circuit Judge Cheryl Matthews had instructions for jurors.
When it's time for you to decide a case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that tell you to consider as evidence.
This is the first trial in the U.S. where prosecutors are seeking to hold the parents criminally responsible for a mass school shooting. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Alex.
And Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. So I'm not sure if John or Alex are in the, market for a Hamptons house, but prices are going back up again.
How big's my bonus?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll talk to you about that. So, home prices soared to a record in New York's Hamptons, and sales rose year over year for the first time in 10 quarters. I didn't even know they really went down.
What's the average sale price?
Okay, here's the average sale price, 12.6 large. The median sales price. Here we go.
No.
That's luxury.
Well, that's where I play. I play in the luxury tier. The most expensive, 10% of transactions, which in the quarter meant $7.3 million and above. The median sale price jumped 87% from a year earlier to $12.6 million. That's pretty solid. I don't know. I mean, what's the average Hamptons house look like? I don't know. The
Pretty.
ones that's one of my favorite sections of the Wall Street Journal is they come out on Fridays with the luxury real estate.
Yes.
See what people are buying and selling, and it's.
I don't do cars, I do houses. Oh man.
And then those luxury houses, when they're purchased, a lot of them just turn around and rent them out, especially for the summer season.
Yeah.
We're like talking about, $100,000 rentals those 3 months.
I think my biggest takeaway is that house prices were also down. Like that they went up 10% means that they also were kind of going nowhere for a while. That actually surprises me. I always thought that like Hampton's house was like foolproof.
Yeah.
Can never go down.
Yeah, I think. Well, maybe some of those folks, maybe they took some of the capital out of the Hamptons in Florida. I wonder if that's some of it.
Well, that's an interesting point. You
But I
did
think
those hedge fund guys go down.
But I think they're now permanently in Florida, and they summer in the Hamptons. You live in South Beach, you like Michael Malone, and then you summer in the Hamptons. Whereas I just say Jersey Shore, baby, all year round, right, John?
Don't give away our secret.
Yeah, we won't give away our secret. It's not that great.
I go to the Berkshires. That's where I do my thing. I don't do the water, I don't do the beach, I do the woods. The apocalypse comes. Like, you guys are screwed.
This is what.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, this is going to be a fun discussion. We finally got her in the studio, Jody Goodrich. She's the Bloomberg Intelligence analyst. She covers all the luxury stuff. And I mean, like I think the cruise lines, casinos, all the fun stuff. And she was just on Icon of the Seas. She went on an analyst trip on a big ship. And she was posting on social media. So I want to talk to her about the cruise business.
Now I'm excited.
What it's like about all that kind of cool stuff. And then we got some guy in here. I think his name is Dan Ives. He's a managing director, senior analyst at Wedbush Securities. We talk all things technology with Dan Ives. And we're going to lead today with Tesla stocks down. There's some real concerns here about the demand side of the equation for not just Tesla cars, but also EVs in general. So we'll break it down with Dan Ives. He'll be in studio, so that'll be cool. Right now, we're going to go to John Tucker and kick everything off.
All right, stocks are higher after yesterday's record close for the S&P 500. We're on track for another record. It has paired some of the earlier gains, though, so look out for that. The economy growing at a 3.3% clip in the fourth quarter. That beat forecasts. Still, the data bode well for the opening months of the new year. Right now, the S&P 500, 9 of the 11 major industry groups are higher. Yet real estate, utilities, they're among the best performers. And then at the bottom of the batch, that's where you're going to find consumer discretionary, and that's where you find shares of Tesla. Over at Citigroup Private Bank, David Balin earlier on the program said all sectors in the S&P 500 will be profitable this year.
If you take a look at the market last year, most of the companies were winding down their inventory, so now they're building up inventory, and that collectively will allow profits to rise. And we're beginning to see in the first quarter, right, the data that's being reported now last year, that profits actually are on the rebound.
Yeah, right now the S&P 500, 15 points higher. That's up 0.3%, 48 to 84 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 40 points. That's up 0.1%. The Nasdaq 100, 74 points higher. That's up 0.4%. The 2-year yield down 6 basis points. That's at 4.31 right now. The 10-year down 5 basis points. That is at 4.12. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Alex Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're also streaming on that internet thing. I think it's youtube.com. Go over there and search Bloomberg Radio, and that's where you will find us here, as John was just reporting. A little bit of green on the screen here, nothing crazy, but there was definitely some good economic data coming out this morning, so market digesting that. Let's see where the action is under the hood in that stock market. Welcome to Laura Linda. She covers all the equities and all the markets for Bloomberg. She joins us here in our New York studio. What do you have for us, Mark?
So we've got airline stocks in focus this morning. We have American Airlines as one of the biggest gainers by percentage in the S&P 500 after the airline forecast adjusted EPS for the year that beat consensus estimates. This all comes after Southwest and Alaska Air also reported results that beat expectations. We had the CEO of American Airlines recently on a conference call this morning saying that it's holding Boeing accountable. It said that Boeing needs to get its act together as they've been dealing with issues that have been going on for some years now. So I know that this has been a conversation that's been in focus over the past couple weeks, but
everybody's
this is
ganging up on them.
They are ganging up.
That doesn't usually happen. You don't really see, the airlines call out.
Right.
Boeing.
It's very direct.
I mean, they have such a tight, symbiotic relationship right now. One can't live without the other.
No chance of misinterpretation there.
Yeah, definitely. And you're also, as John Tucker was talking about, Tesla. I love always putting the consumer discretionary category, but yeah, he is definitely like a tech stock. But I don't know. I mean, I gotta be honest, a 10% move, like that's not that big of a deal for a stock like Tesla.
Right? I mean, it's mammoth, so as much as it is plunging as much as 11% today, I mean, how much of an effect will it make? But everyone does always have their eyes on Elon Musk. So that is in focus today as he is really trying to get investors to look past their notably lower sales growth rate outlook. But, investors aren't really feeling it. We had an analyst over at Morgan Stanley say that it seems that the days of 50% or even 30 to 40% growth year over year seeming to be unlikely this year.
I don't know. You're right. It's off 11%. It's up 30%, more or less, trailing 12 months. But, this is, I'll call it what it is. It's a cult stock. And it's been great. And they've been out front developing this brand new industry, Elon Musk has. But I think the question is more than just Tesla. It's just, and we'll talk to Dan Ives from Wedbush Securities. He's darkening the door here in just a few moments. And he knows the story. But it's just a question of overall demand out there. What is the demand? What's the market really for EVs? And I don't know, but I think the market's trying to figure that out.
I don't think anybody knows. I definitely don't think Ford knows, which I think is part of the thing.
No, but I mean, I just bought a new vehicle, and so just for, giggles, I just said, hey, what's the EV version? They said, oh, we have a great EV version, but it was like a 30% premium. I'm like, I don't care about that enough. Maybe
Exactly.
if I were a tree hugger.
You got to make the lower
That's
lower
right.
rung of the cars, which some car companies are trying to do, but then you need the demand at the same time. So I think it's a really tricky line, but that's exactly right. You need the lower end. You need people like me to want to go buy it. And that's pretty much the deal. You're also looking at United Rental. So it's a rental company, right? So that's a good indicator in the housing market. What do we see here? We're doing really well.
So this one is actually fluctuating with IBM right now, back and forth as the biggest gainer in the S&P 500. The Connecticut-based equipment rental company hit an all-time high on revenue guidance after it forecasts a 2024 revenue range of $14.6 billion to $15.1 billion, and this is at the upper end of the average analyst estimate. So we are seeing those shares rallying as much as 14% for their highest level on record and biggest one-day gain in almost 4 years.
All right, interesting stuff. Great stuff, Norma Linda. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. As always, Icon of the Seas. That's a cruise. I think it's a big one. I was just down in Aruba, and man, they do a big cruise. Cruise ships coming in and out. I'm just fascinated by the business. And I just got pitched, and I agree that I would own.
What? Really?
Yes. Now, it's cost me 25 cents. Don't go crazy about buy the stocks. What we're thinking about,
Oh, does that count? I feel like when you go to the Caribbean. No, but I feel like when you go to like Alaska or you go to Antarctica or you go to Europe, like that's a different kind of cruise thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you're doing the Caribbean one, that's a whole different level.
vibe. Joey Laurie, she actually does business for Bloomberg Intelligence. We pay her to go on cruise ships. And thanks for social media, we knew that you were on a cruise ship recently. Talk, what is Icon of the Seas and why were you and a bunch of other Wall Street types on this?
So Icon of the Seas is definitely iconic. It's name appropriate. So it is the largest ship, largest passenger ship to date. It is tremendous, absolutely tremendous.
76.
Oh my! It was not 7,600 people on my trip. It was about, I heard
why is it different than like the normal sexy cruise ships?
So it's definitely got a lot more to it. Everywhere you look, there's something. They have more specialty restaurants. So when you think of a cruise, it's your standard cruise is you have just rooms on the outside, right? The balcony rooms that you can see the oceans. Then you have the internal rooms with no windows, right?
Yeah.
And so you just have 2 rows of that, of those sets, and then you have a bunch of floors that have things like dining hall experiences that are main big dining room. Then you have shows, right? So it's similar to like a Catskills, the old Catskills, but in the water.
Right. Like Dirty Dancing.
Exactly.
But on a boat. Okay.
Exactly, but on a boat. And not as much Dirty Dancing, I don't think.
Well, I mean,
So, and some gambling.
Yes.
Forget the gambling, which they have in the Catskills now too.
So this is Royal Caribbean owns Icon of the Seas, right?
So Royal Caribbean owns Icon of the Seas.
Talk to us about the cruise business. You covered from the credit side for Bloomberg Intelligence. Are these good credits?
So these credits have been a very interesting set to cover. You think about the pandemic, and they were sort of written off again.
Yep.
Now they've had this massive turnaround. The momentum around them has been pretty powerful. And I think the Icon of the Seas, the reason why it's so important is that the narrative around it speaks to this rebirth in the cruise market that we've been seeing. I mean, the more people that I've had ask me about the Icon before I even went on it, before they even knew I was going on it, was incredible. I've never experienced anything like that before. These companies have been generating cash flow, they've been repaying debt, they've been setting their sights on investment grade, and have been targeting it as much as they can. And last week, or actually this week, so Monday morning, Carnival just repaid almost $900 million debt outstanding. So they're really trying to bring down their debt loads. I mean, you're talking Carnival's $36 billion now down to $30 billion, and it's going farther down.
So I appreciate that Paul wants to make this about finance and stuff, because
Yeah.
that's what we do. But I want to go back to what it looks like. So okay, so you laid out sort of what cruise ships normally are, right? So then why is Icon of the Seas different? And I'm asking really because that's where the money's going to come from to then pay down debt. So like it's kind of a market question.
It is definitely market. So it's the why are people going to be willing to be one of the 7,600 people on the ship in addition to the 2,400 crew? Well, they have things like 6 water slides.
Nice.
They have ginormous areas for children, as well as, of course, the kids club for you to just check your kids in and leave them there for the day. They have different specialty restaurants where they try to rival something like a Las Vegas casino. The feel of it, the look of it, if you look at it at night, which I got to see it the night before, I drove by it the night before, it looks like it's lit up like Vegas. It's like Vegas on fire. And I think that's what they're trying to compete with. And I do know for a fact that, we actually got to sit down with management a month ago at the Celebrity Ascent naming. And they
Celebrity
basically...
Ascent naming? What now?
So,
What is that?
Celebrity Ascent. So Celebrity is one of Royal Caribbean's cruise lines. Right? So they have Celebrity and they have Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
The Ascent is their newest ship. It's one of their Edge class series. And they had a naming, so all ships have this big naming ceremony where they break the bottle of champagne. They have a godmother or godfather of the ship, and they have this whole big ceremony, and it's a big party. So they invited us finance folks on there as well, and we got to sit down with management, and it was before they were in their quiet period. And they basically told us that they don't see the other cruise lines as competition. What they see as competition is on land vacations. Interesting. So your casinos, your theme parks, that's where they see them taking share, or that's where they see people convincing people to go elsewhere, not to the hotels and the casinos and the theme parks, but on the cruise ship.
What are the cruise companies telling you about, I guess, business? Is revenge travel over? How's business? Because I know people book well in advance.
So more so than what management is saying, we actually ran a survey
speaking of this research, you can go to get Jody Lurie's bio at the city. Right? Put a bio there. It's all the research. That's the top research published today. Focus on posing the surface. Well, here's the thing. They give you the little bracelet. Yeah. Oh man, that's really you want to buy anything? You just wow, they make it so easy. That's why this year. No. Now maybe if you want to buy like a bottle of wine, but it was just, I should have done that before. Because it's such an resort and your bill is like 50 pages. Yeah. And it's just beer or smoothie or everything.
So you have 3 boys, right? Like eating out of house.
Exactly.
Would you guys do a cruise with like 6,000 people? I would do a cruise if there were like, fewer people. Is that even a trend?
It is a trend. I mean, we're seeing that Marriott, we're seeing Four Seasons, they're going into the smaller vessel ships. We're seeing that people who used to like Crystal, which was the high end, and it went through a little bit that people are then going over to these higher end ships. And they are also going to the Norwegian higher end. So Norwegian has a few higher lines, Carnival has a few higher lines. So people are moving to there from these other ships because they are smaller, they are much more manageable. You're viewing it both as a way to lounge, but as a way to get to
What I feel like this reminds me of is what people are doing with airlines, right? No one wants basic economy. They all want to trade up. So everyone goes to business class, and then all the people who normally fly business class are like, get me out of here. And they go to first class or they go to private. Like, I feel like it's just sort of the up tier at the end of the day.
A la carte, everything. So,
everybody wants to feel like a VIP. That's
Wait, we're not VIPs?
I know, that's the model. I mean, you look at all the rooms. I mean, they have the suite room, and they have this suite room, and the presidential suite, and the this suite, and the that suite. And that's all designed to make everybody feel special and feel like they're a VIP. And also to make it Instagrammable, because that's the age we're in.
Jody was posting on social media. She had a lovely room, a lovely view. That was pretty cool.
That was great. I mean, any view of the world.
So just to end for a moment on finance stuff, do you like any of these credits? Like, what's your favorite play?
So I do think that the still as compared to other parts of leisure. I think that other parts of leisure is really more of a play that comes to me. So something like a WeWork has been repaying debt and restructuring their capital structure, and it's been very positive. But from a momentum, it's probably the top line we're still seeing that the top lines are benefiting. Similarly, we're seeing a mix we have the Marriott, those companies have been saving from a growth standpoint and have been focusing on the market. We have some of the places that have been positive. And so that kind of throws it out the water, and you say, okay, we don't really know what we're going to do with this, but this is a company that is not necessarily in good standing from a credit quality standpoint.
I mean, fun stuff.
Yeah. So what are you looking to?
It's just awesome.
Wait, so you really going on the cruise? So
I've been sold on the cruise.
How'd you get beaten down on the cruise?
An efficient way to see a lot of like Italy. Really efficient way to do that. Jody Lurie, but
I'm going to Ireland next year.
I'm going to Bayonne. I'm going to Bayonne.
Protocol Bayonne. John Tucker.
Yeah, that's where the cruise ships
I know.
Oh, I'm like, somewhere in France. That's not at all where you're from.
There's those that leave to Bayonne.
Bayonne.
Yep. All right, Jody, thank you so much. Jody Lurie, credit analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in New York Studio. Anytime you're in New York, let us know. We'll get you more questions. Game. I think it's the We'll have more coming up. This is
신경 쓰지 않죠. 그래도 혜택은 포기하지 않아요. 어떻게 가능하냐고? 아파트 아이에 사니까 관리 비주의 결제 분석 전부 다 가능. 1등답게 아파트 아이.
It's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash on the screen right now. More investors betting on a soft landing for the U.S. economy. And that narrative got quite a boost this morning with the data we saw with the GDP. The data showing the economy fourth quarter trouncing forecasts. They hit cooling inflation, fueling consumer spending. GDP up 3.3% annualized rate. Humana down 13%. Tesla down over 10% right now. And today's trading 10.5% to be exact after their lackluster earnings, shall we say. Those are the two laggards in the S&P 500 right now. And after its solid earnings report, IBM, the biggest points contributor to the S&P 500 shares right now, are up close to 13%. Overall, the S&P 500, 22 points higher, adding to yesterday's record close. Right now, up 0.5%, 48.90 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 88 points higher. The Nasdaq 100 up 100 points right now. That's a rise of 0.6%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and it's Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also streaming on the intraweb, youtube.com. That'll get you there, sort of Bloomberg Radio. Look at Tesla. Stock's down 10%. For most companies, that would be tragic, but this is like just an average day for the volatility of this stock over the years. But again, some fundamental concerns coming out of the earnings last night. Starting with next week's today. We've got Dan Ives, Managing Director and Senior Equity Analyst at Wedbush Securities, joining us live here in our Interactive Broker Studio. So again, thanks so much for joining us here. Tesla, and it's not just a Tesla story, it's an EV story. There's real concern in there about end of market demand for EVs. Did Tesla help itself last night, or maybe not so much on that particular issue?
Look, I think it was a train wreck.
And is that a train wreck Elon Musk?
Yeah,
I would call this just a train wreck conference call, even for Musk. Because the problem here is that it's actually not even the source of demand. It's about the price of it. Not giving guidance, not giving strategic goalposts. Look, the dream, AI, were hugely disruptive tech, where this is all going. But in the near term, when the planes crash, people are not focused on solving this. And that's the problem here that's happening on that call, is the price wars in China.
Did Tesla miss a trick by not spending more money making it?
No doubt. I mean, like, ideally, right now, we have
yeah, exactly.
But
it's like a Cybertruck that no one on Main Street can afford.
Look, I mean, that's part of the balance. Because they have to look innovative, high-end, fancy cost, and the technology here is you really had to have a Mexican facility. You have to build out Austin in terms of the gigafactory perspective. They're doubling down for Detroit and others are beyond that. No one argues with the strategy longer term. But from an investor perspective, a lot more questions than answers. And that's why I think it was a little bit of a black eye last night in terms of a call from us.
So where is the company in terms of communicating the real on-the-ground situation in China? What do they really think China can be for them?
Well, tale of two cities. The demand side, I think, actually stabilized. They've gained some market share. Really, BYD is a competitor there. But then it comes down to the price. And that's the difference now.
Is there a price where just in Japan, or are we talking kind of globally here?
I think globally, but the heart of the price war is and with price war, we've already have prices going down. Wanted to see last night was if we turn around and we like left it alone. That's the frustration here. This is really more of a margin decline story rather than
I have to say, Dan, it sounds like Washington, like the tech bull, no matter what, we get the final silver lining. Like this feels like a
also, you can't be smoke and mirror, right? I'm not going to wear the rose-colored glasses and say that this was a great conference call. I mean, if you looked up in the dictionary, disaster, there'd be a picture that's
Well, I think the analysts on the street reflected out. So when you look at the A and R function, the analyst recommendations, 22 buys, 24 holds, 12 sells.
This also raises a really good question, and I got some great comments yesterday, but like, what is it? It's a hardware company, it's a software company, it's a tech company, and then how you value it. So if it's going to be a software company, an AI company, maybe it's okay. If it's going to be a car company, then you can't value it. How can you start the price on it? It's all of it.
But as you do, let's talk about this. So the problem is that it's a margin story. That's the issue right now for investors. You need guidance. You need an adult in the room, and instead it felt like more like preschool.
Well, that's kind of what, of the people that aren't recommending the stock, most of them are traditional auto analysts. And they know it eventually gets down to bending metal. And the bending metal business is not a great profit business.
Sure. And I think we've seen that in 313 area code as there's a transition to EVs and everything that GM and Ford have gone through. But Paul, to your point, like, it is disruptive tech.
Yep.
It is, but this is a little white knuckle period right now.
All right, let's broaden out to other tech because, like, IBM, awesome. Microsoft, $3 trillion company. Like, I mean, the old school. What do you call them yesterday? Boring. Like
Old school tech.
like the old school tech. So hot right now. Sustainable. What do you think?
The AI revolution's here. We've come to the new tech bull market, which we talk about starting in the fall. We believe this goes well in 2025 because it's the biggest tech transformation in 30 years. The start of the internet in 1995. So when you look at IBM, you look at SAP and some of the others, they're going to benefit from this. They're clearly leading this. Is the godfather of AI, Jensen, NVIDIA, and of course what's happened at Redmond with Nadella, which is why I believe that a year from now, we're talking about $4 trillion market cap with Microsoft and Apple. And I think that's why next week, you look at Apple, you look at Microsoft, I think that's really going to be an eye-opener for a lot of those bears that we see at a high relation to the year. I think it sends back into the game.
When we think about AI, that's clearly the long-term, intermediate term, longer-term growth driver for just all things tech, I guess. My question for smart people like you is, how much of that spend do you think is going to be incremental versus maybe just pulling out of my IT tech budget or something like that?
I probably think about 50 to 60%. And I think that's the difference, is that when you look at the incremental use cases, it's jaw-dropping. And I think that's why CIOs are recognizing the process and actually the ability to use software. We think use cases right now are over 80. It was 15 use cases 6 months ago.
What I also find interesting about this is that this is a structural shift in the industry, yet it's still a cyclical industry. How do you know what an appropriate valuation is looking at that? Like, you know this is going to be huge. You know this is going to spend all the money. But hey, in the short term, maybe there'll be a downturn.
Well, I think a lot of the DCF spreadsheet warriors, what they can't find in their 10th floor of their office building in the spreadsheet is where growth's going next 2 or 3 years. So I think
That they don't know.
And that's why we're boots on the ground trying to understand like what the growth looks like 2-3 years out. Then you could start to have a better sense incrementally what these stocks are valued at. I still think numbers for tech, we sit here, I think numbers for tech are up another 12, 15, 20% over the next 12 to 18 months, not just going to be efficiency, but because right now a lot of these models, I think, very conservative relative to how they're laid out.
So as you sit here, what's your top pick right here, Dan?
So it's Microsoft and Apple. To me, Microsoft as a cloud play, Apple, I continue to think that's probably the top tech pick here, especially on Renaissance growth. And then you look at cybersecurity, it's a golden age for cybersecurity. Looking at cloud out there. And for those looking for mid-cap, the messy of AI, software going to be the share gainer?
All right, I'm just going to quote from Dan's research note on Tesla. We maintain our outperform rating while lowering our price target from $350 to $315, reflecting reduced estimates. Our near-term confidence in the story is shaken, but we remain firm on our long-term bull thesis around Tesla and the broader AI story set to take hold. This is a pivotal period for Musk to get Tesla through what will help shape or haunt its EV future.
These are serious. These are serious statements.
All right, so check out Dan's research out there from Wedbush Securities. As Tom Keene likes to say, we protect the integrity of our research. Dan Ives joins us, Managing Director, Senior Equity Analyst for Wedbush Securities. Didn't even get to talk about Penn State football. We'll do that another time as we get it close to another season coming up. We appreciate that.
You know I don't do sports, right? You're like, I don't do sports. I won't have anything contribute to you.
Okay, that's fine.
But you can
same with Matt Miller. He had nothing to offer. I mean, unless it was, I don't know, archery or shooting or something. S&P 500 up 0.5%. This is Bloomberg. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C., World and National News with
All right, thank you, Paul and Alex. Nikki Haley has not given up on her quest for the White House, despite her loss to Donald Trump in New Hampshire's primary this week. The former South Carolina governor is now focused on her home state, which holds its primary February 24th. At a rally in North Charleston, South Carolina, Haley touted her performance in New Hampshire, emphasizing her recent fundraising efforts since her concession speech.
We have raised $1 million since I gave that speech last night, online and small dollars.
Donald Trump has responded, posting on the Truth social media platform that anyone who contributes to Haley will be barred from the MAGA camp. Another crackdown on diversity programs in schools this week. Florida's Board of Governors, which oversees the public university system, voted to prohibit state funding to be used toward diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, including any political or social activism activities on campus. Activist Samantha Kettis spoke at Florida's Board of Governors meeting.
This regulation is silencing people from being themselves, silencing our freedoms.
Florida is at least the fifth state to take such action. Nearly 24 other states considering the issue. Opponents say this new law will have an immediate impact. Now, the FBI has a warning for the public about the online sextortion of children. Acting Special Agent R. Joseph Rockrock in the FBI's Baltimore field office says kids have to be told about the dangers of creating and sending sexually explicit images. Sharon Turner says she monitors her grandkids.
I would tell all parents, please, whatever you do, monitor your children. When I was growing up, we didn't have all that foolishness, but now you have to be very careful, not only with girls, but boys too.
Between October of 2021 and March of 2023,
지칠 줄 모르던 아이가 잠들었네요. 마침내 아내에게도 혼자만의 시간이 찾아옵니다. 덕분에 녀석도 쉬네요. 가족 사이에도 각자의 공간이 필요하니까. 여유의 크기가 남다른 우리의 카니발은 3인승입니다. 우리만의 스케일대로 더 뉴 카니발.
Kia, movement that inspires.
business flash. Today we're seeing more optimism about a soft landing for the economy. Seems to be the narrative, at least for now. This is offsetting some of the muddled corporate earnings that we got. The economy's fourth quarter growth beating forecasts. We saw cooling inflation fueling consumer spending. Growth was a bit of an eye-popping 3.3%. Then there's Tesla weighing on the benchmarks after it missed earnings estimates. Also warned about slower growth this year. Shares falling as much as 10%. S&P 500 is on track right now for another record close and a potentially healthy sign for the market. Expanding breadth is in Charles Schwab.
You look at the dispersion that's happening in the Magnificent Seven, it tells you that something is brewing, that there is money looking for opportunities outside of that very small subset.
Rate on the S&P 500, 21 points higher, 0.4%, 48.89 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial average up 80 points. The Nasdaq 100 right now 92 points higher. That is on 0.5%. Now, if history is any good, the stock rally has more firepower. If you look at the data going back to 1950, that shows whenever the S&P 500 has climbed from a bear market to new heights, returns to the next 6 to 12 months have handily been above average. All day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Tucker, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. You know, and just following up, Alex, on our discussion with Jody Lurie from Bloomberg Intelligence on cruise lines. I'm looking at the cruise lines. The stocks have done pretty well here. I've been trailing 12 months. Norwegian's up 15%. Royal Caribbean's up 98%. And Carnival's up 50%. So some pretty good investments in it. From the credit side, Jody was saying they were using some of the free cash flow that they've been generating on this rebound to pay back the debt. Because one of my clearest memories of the various early days of the pandemic was seeing these companies rush out and sell debt because they knew, probably better than anybody, this isn't going to be good.
2020, I mean, their stock just cratered so hard. They just had no hope in terms of, say, raising
But I
equity or
remember saying, and actually Charlie Pellet helping us because he's one of those crazy cruise people. He says, on the other side of this, all right, it is Thursday, Alex, so that means Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters of Business on Bloomberg Radio. His day job is as Chairman and Chief Investment Officer. Ritholtz, Wealth Management, joins us on Zoom from somewhere, some place outside of 731. Hey, Barry, let's just start with economic data here. What we saw GDP this morning of 3.3%. I don't know, kind of floored me. The consensus was 2%. What do you make of it?
Well, first thing, if we learned anything in 2023, the economic consensus has just been so consistently wrong. I think this fundamental model of how the economy works is just old and dated. And the parallels that everybody seems to be drawing, they're going back to the 1970s and 80s. They should really be going back to the post-World War II era where you had that temporary spike of inflation and then everybody got back to work. 2023 economically was very robust, and it's going to take a good couple of quarters before sentiment fully catches up to it. It's just starting to make that turn now.
Barry, what's your reasoning, though, for why everyone keeps getting it so wrong? I mean, even last year it was like, okay, people had extra savings, therefore, blah, blah, blah. But this wasn't supposed to be like that for the fourth quarter. We're supposed to be done with all that, and that's not true.
So there's a couple of things. First, how much time do we have?
You have 3 minutes.
All right, so generally speaking, forecasters are uniformly terrible. And the reason for this is really simple. The short term is incredibly random. Things happen all the time that are wholly unexpected, and not just giant things like a pandemic or an invasion, but lots of smaller things that have a really big impact. And we so often are so caught up in the moment, in the here and now, we kind of forget to step back and look at the big picture. So, no pun intended, but look at the 2010s. The economy did okay. It came off the financial crisis. The stock market did great, but you had a decade of recent college grads. You know, the cliche is living in their parents' basement, but we saw that in household formations were slow, very low construction of single-family homes, and eventually create all of this pent-up demand. And suddenly, with the vengeance, the economy is doing okay post-pandemic. All these people are moving out of their parents' house, they're getting married, they're forming households, they're buying homes, and massive shortages of homes, labor, and then semiconductors and cars. I think people wildly underestimated the strength of the economy, and we're just using the wrong mental model for what's driving economic activity.
So Barry, why it seems like the message outside of the global Wall Street is the economy's not good. I mean, if you listen to certain politicians, they'll tell you the economy's terrible. Where's the message coming in Wall Street?
So you know, who are you going to believe, me or your morning eyes? When you're a politician that's running for office and you're out of power, all you want to do is talk about how terrible things are. And in fact, today I threw up a post on the misery index because a year ago, that's all anybody wanted to talk about is look how high inflation is. Now, the misery index has come back not only down to normal, but below below average levels. Nobody wants to talk about it, and that's really very much a challenge. And so, listen, when you're out of power, you talk about how terrible things are. When you're in power, you talk about how great things are. But what you end up with are both sides kind of spinning in their own way. What's different today is that partisans answer polls inaccurately. They're not telling the truth. They're saying essentially trolling listeners and telling them what they think helps their candidate.
All right, Barry, always great to chat with you. Barry Remotes. He's the host of Masters in Business radio show. And it's a great podcast. One of our absolute most popular. He's also chairman and chief business officer for management.
아사나를 사용하면 업무와 워크플로우를 회사 목표와 연결하여 명확성과 영향력을 크게 높일 수 있습니다. 아사나, 보다 더 스마트하게 일하는 것.
Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker with some of the stories we follow. Well, you just heard Dan Ives call their earnings Category 4 hurricane. What else? Train wreck, I think he also said. Tesla shares plunging right now after Elon Musk pitched to investors to look past slower growth. It kind of fell flat. The stock down 10% after Tesla narrowly missed earnings estimates. They also warned its rate of expansion is going to be notably lower this year. Analysts throwing in the towel while some investors are positioning for stock gains in PayPal ahead of an event today in which the company is expected to showcase innovations. At least four analysts have downgraded the stock this month. They're citing a range of concerns from rising competition to pressure on profitability. Meta Platforms building an $800 million data center in Indiana. It's going to be optimized to handle artificial intelligence services. So this marks the latest attempt by Facebook's parent to gain an edge in the new technology. And Fox has been ordered to face a $2.7 billion defamation lawsuit by Smartmatic Corporation. This is one of the two voting technology companies falsely accused of Fox News of rigging the 2020 presidential election against Donald Trump. The decision by a New York judge legally a setback for Fox after the media giant agreed back in April to pay $788 million to settle a similar suit by Dominion Voting Systems. Let's do this day in business history. Put on your thinking caps. What happened in 1964? What was founded real quick? What was it? Nike, founded by Bill Bowerman and Phil Knight. Though at the time its name was British Sports. Actually changed the name in 1971.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at this market here, we've got S&P 500 up 0.5%, NASDAQ up 0.7%. The Russell, the small cappers, up about 0.6%. So pretty solid move across the board. Yields coming in. We got the 10-year 4.15%. That's in about 2.5 basis points. WTI crude oil, we're going to keep an eye on that. That's on the move again, up over 2% here, $76.65 for WTI crude oil. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. and get all the national news with
All right, thank you, Paul. We're getting word at this hour. President Biden plans to dispatch CIA Director William Burns in the next few days to come up with a peace deal. The Washington Post reports the administration is trying to broker a deal between Hamas and Israel that would involve the release of all remaining hostages held in Gaza. Now, earlier this week, President Biden moved two of his closest aides from the West Wing to his re-election campaign. That's after private warnings to his inner circle that he may be heading into a 2024 rematch with Donald Trump with a weak hand. Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick explains from Washington.
Our colleague Josh Wingrove reported that there are Democratic lawmakers speaking on condition of anonymity, saying that they're concerned with the campaign, that his age is a concern, that the war in Gaza is a major concern, and effectively a lot of people are treating Biden as an underdog right now, and that's the big picture shift that has occurred lately with the Biden campaign.
Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick reporting 2 days after his decisive victory in the New Hampshire primary, Trump is set to take the witness stand in New York to address defamation claims by writer E. Jean Carroll. It would give the former president a chance to personally refute her claims that he damaged her reputation. He's already been found liable for defamation and liable for sexually assaulting Carroll. Here is a new ranking that's going to make your skin crawl. Apologies ahead of time. Chicago earns top marks for the most bug-infested city in the country, 4th year in a row. Orkin's new ranking puts New York City at number 2, with a 17% surge in complaints about bed bugs last year. Don't know why, it just is. Side note, French officials are actually blaming New Yorkers for an uptick in bed bugs there. They say it happened during Paris Fashion Week. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Call it Alex.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, Alex, when the show's over here, head over to Penn Station, lovely Penn Station, some of New York's finest. Hop into the train, the Jersey Transit, across the river to the Jersey side. So it costs $1 million. And everybody else drives the Jersey Transit. 15%. New Jersey Transit commuters are already frustrated by delays, cancellations, and the dark, dingy eyesore that is the arrival terminal New York City's Pennsylvania station. Now, they can add a 15% fare hike to the list. Possible fare increases needed to close a $107 million budget shortfall as the agency struggles to regain riders lost to the pandemic. Here's my view. I've been riding New Jersey Transit for 35 years. It feels like during the week we're 70 to maybe 80% back to pandemic levels. You rarely see anybody stand. And maybe Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays it's a little more. On the weekends, packed to the gills. Packed to the gills. So people are still coming into the city and enjoying the city. They're just not working in the city as much. But they haven't raised rates since 2015. I have no idea why that would be their pricing strategy. But here we go. They're going to do a little catch up here.
It's also frustrating too, and this happens with the MTA just in the city, is that you raise the fares, but the service still stinks. So it's not like they're raising fares to better their service. They're raising their fares so they don't go bankrupt.
Yes. and here's why it's not a popular take. Again, I've been riding this for 35 years every single day. I'm like 95% of the time, I don't even have a commute. I don't even think about it. Are there bad days? There are bad days. But I mean, I kind of put it in the context of they get 3, 4, 500,000 people in and out of the city every day. By and large, okay. I always tell people the commute's the easy part of the day. All right. So we'll see. Commute down to the Jersey Shore. We'll see about that. Balance of power. That's coming up. Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C. He is tied in with all things in Washington, D.C. So Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Congress confirms what we already thought. It's broken. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Mitch McConnell caves to Donald Trump on a border deal that appears to be just emerging today, and hopes for a tax deal also begin to fade. We'll get you up to date with Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick live from Capitol Hill in a moment. Share insights with Mark Goldwine from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and we'll have analysis on this and the campaign trail from our signature panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. First, as always, we turn to Wall Street, get you up to date on trading with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
What's going on? We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. S&P up 23, that is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 91, higher now by about 0.2%. And we've got NASDAQ up 94, that is a gain right now of just about 0.6%. 10-year yield on this Thursday, 4.14%. With a 2-year, 4.32%. Spot gold up 78 cents the ounce at 2014. West Texas Intermediate crude climbing now by 1.9%, 76.53 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. 10-year yield 4.14%, and the 2-year 4.32%. Coming up after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Intel. IBM after earnings now up by 12.4%. Tesla after earnings plunging now by 11.5%. Other EV makers lower as well. We've got Lucid down by 8%. Rivian down now by 3.1%. So again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 21, higher by 0.4%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right, Charlie, we thank you. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Bloomberg's Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Welcome to Little Friday. We've got news, and it doesn't appear to be encouraging. Just as Kirsten Sinema tweets new hope for a border deal, this just a couple of moments ago. For months, she writes on X. Lead negotiators Chris Murphy, Senator Langford, and I have been working in good faith with DHS, the White House, and party leaders on a bipartisan border security package. Remembering, of course, this is what is supposed to hinge Ukrainian funding on here. We're really close, she writes, and we're working carefully to get this right. But Mitch McConnell appears to be caving to Donald Trump on this. Remarkable reporting from inside a closed-door meeting of Senate Republicans yesterday as he told members politics on this have changed and time may already have run out for a deal. The line that is resonating today in Washington: we do not want to do anything to undermine him. Now this happens as the tax deal we've been talking optimistically about for days, bipartisan, bicameral, appears to also be on the rocks here as members of the Senate Finance Committee demand a markup that could slow or kill the deal. All this without a budget, heading for a government shutdown now the 1st of March. The Republican conference in the House that does not want to play along with Speaker Johnson's ideas here for another potential continuing resolution. How about that for a menu to start our meal today? With Jack Fitzpatrick reporting from Bloomberg Government live from the Capitol. He's with us right now. Jack, how am I doing on this? I'm having trouble finding any good news.
Yeah, it's hard to find great news, but I have to be honest, we have to go basically minute by minute on the latest on the border deal. There is so much happening behind the scenes in closed-door meetings, and we're trying to get as much information from that as we possibly can. If Senator Sinema says they are really close, that is good news for the negotiators. There have been some mixed reports out of a meeting yesterday in which Senator McConnell certainly at least acknowledged the political tension of Donald Trump, now pretty much the presumptive Republican nominee, running on immigration and border measures, while Republican lawmakers negotiate something to fix some of those issues. Just speaking this morning to Mike Rounds, Senator Republican who was in the meeting, he said Republican leadership has not backed away from the deal. It would be an overstatement to say that this is dead or that they are turning away from it. McConnell is still very supportive. There just has been an acknowledgement of the tension between Trump's politics and the current negotiations, and that could be a bad thing when you turn to the House, where the conservative wing really is in charge.
It also sounds like a senator who doesn't want to be on the wrong side of Donald Trump today. Everybody's speaking very carefully here, Jack. The fact of the matter is Mitch McConnell apparently in this meeting referred to Trump as the nominee. Is that the baseline now on Capitol Hill?
He certainly has been treated almost as if he is the nominee already. When Trump says, I'm against this piece of legislation, it's a major stance that ripples through Capitol Hill. There's no one else with that kind of position. If Nikki Haley tried to hit the brakes on negotiations, they would not have this kind of effect. The fact that they're talking this much about Trump pretty much tells you what you need to know. So yes, his position matters very much on Capitol Hill.
So what now for Sinema, Langford, and Murphy? Will they continue to hammer away, even if this might be DOA? I'm not trying to rhyme here, Jack, but this is where we are.
Yes, they are still working on it. A lot of the issues have been hammered out in terms of the broad policy. Then they've handed over to the members of the Appropriations Committee to figure out how much it's going to cost to enforce any legal changes. So they're sort of moving from a broad framework agreement into the technicalities. That's not easy. They still have plenty of work to do there, but they are still moving forward. That's the part of the process they're in. It would be easier to get a lot of Senate Republicans on board than House Republicans. There's just more skepticism in the House. So it may not be DOA in the Senate, even if there are still challenges going on. They certainly are still working on
this. This doesn't sound terribly hopeful. I have to ask you too about these tax deals. Members, Republicans and Democrats, by the way, of the Senate Finance Committee asked for a markup on something that was supposed to move quickly. The authors of this bill, the negotiators, the chairs of Senate Finance, House Ways and Means, said it had to be passed by early February to avoid trouble with the tax filing season. This would slow things down beyond that likely. Jack, you've been covering the Hill for a minute. When you hear members say they want a markup on something like this, what does that tell you?
That's difficult because scheduling the markup and then opening the door to however many changes pivotal senators may want via amendments is not the quickest process. It's also tough to just point to early February and say you want to get it done then. If they could attach this to another vehicle, that would be great, but the next vehicle isn't until
tracked all over the place.
So it is a significant challenge.
You are tired of protecting me.
He's the best at what he does. Jack Fitzpatrick, Bloomberg.
You were tired of
Great to see
whatever
you, Jack.
else you
Thank
had
you
to do.
for the update here as we ask
Stuff
the
we
voice of
didn't
Mark
even
online.
know about.
And I can only imagine Mark's thoughts on this tax deal.
Fatigue
Where
you
there
felt
was
from all
hope, now
those things
turning
getting
to
building
smoke. I
up.
don't know. He's with the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Senior VP. Mark, great to see you. I haven't seen you yet this year, and I'm wondering where your head is. And what appears to be, I don't know, it's like we're being gaslit again by lawmakers. You think you're on the verge of something, and then you wake up to headlines like this today. It's starting to feel like the shop is closed. Were you hopeful, or are you still, for this tax deal to bring an expanded child tax credit and more business-friendly taxes to corporations?
Yeah, well, happy New Year, Joe, first of all.
There we are.
I think
Thanks.
it's about 50-50 in this tax deal, and that's where I remain. Yeah, there's some pushback over a few elements, the look-back provision and some other things like that. But I do think there's a lot of momentum behind it. And while I certainly have a lot of criticisms of the tax deal, something they did really great and really important is they fully paid for it. They cut out this excessive payments on employee retention credit. You've probably gotten text messages and emails and calls on it. I have. There's these scam artists out there trying to basically soak hundreds of millions of dollars out of the federal government, and they're going to close that loophole in order to pay for this tax benefit.
Well, we've had conversations before, and that sounds kind of like a joke at this point here. Are you expecting, before I get into the other stuff, beyond tax deal, are you worried about a shutdown coming in March? Because this is becoming a more difficult task for the Speaker every day. We have a laddered CR that starts shutting down March 1st. Nobody's even talking about details beyond top-line spending on the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a little worried about shutdown, but usually we find a way, at least by the last minute. And this time, I think behind the scenes, they actually are making some progress on appropriations. I don't know if they'll get there in time. There's not a lot of legislative weeks, but I do think they're making some forward progress. So overall, I would say I'm optimistic that we're going to keep the government open this year.
Will we find money for the president in his supplemental budget request for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan? And I'm asking you that with news today that this border deal is looking ever more elusive as Mitch McConnell starts to acknowledge the presence of Donald Trump, who, of course, does not want a deal on the border.
Yeah, I mean, that's the $100 billion question, right? Republicans kind of kept switching what is their ask for Ukraine, and it was border. And now we heard yesterday maybe border's not going to work. At the end of the day, I still expect we're probably going to get some money for Ukraine, some money for Israel, some aid for Gaza. The border, I don't know, 40-60, but it's not dead. It's not over till it's over.
You sound optimistic. A lot of people are walking around town today saying the store is closed. How the heck are you going to get anything through this Congress?
Well, we have to understand.
So I guess
that
you don't know
what
until you
sounds
start
like,
creeping up on deadlines. Go ahead.
What sounds like optimism is actually pessimism from my point, because it's all adding more and more to the debt. So when I think they're going to get something done, I think they're going to make the deficit worse.
Oh, God. So you're in the gridlock is good camp. You want them to shut it down the rest of the year.
No, gridlock's not good. Look, we have an unsustainable underlying fiscal situation. Gridlock means you don't save Social Security. It means you don't save Medicare. It means you never do anything to reform government. So gridlock's not good. But too often, bipartisanship is an excuse to make things worse rather than make things better.
Well, let's start talking about some of the possibilities then. They've even floated the idea of a year-long CR. What are we halfway through? By the time we get there, halfway through the fiscal year, this is kind of ridiculous. It's time to present a new budget. We're talking about State of the Union season here, Mark. This speaker could get fired for doing it, but how would the committee feel about a year-long CR that would include that across-the-board sequester that would take effect in April? So you would be cutting spending.
Yeah, well, that sequester is actually really complicated, probably too much for us to discuss here. But I don't think they'll do a full year-long CR. It may be that they agree on some of the appropriations, like defense, and they don't agree on others, like Homeland Security, and so they CR the ones they don't agree on. But I think it's unlikely they'll CR the whole thing. And if they do, it actually raises a lot of complicating questions about how that sequester would work. And they're going to have to make adjustments to make sure that it works as expected.
Just imagine all the supplementals if that were to happen, right? You do the year-long CR. The speaker makes the Freedom Caucus go insane, but then Lindsey Graham and everyone shows up. The budget hawks show up. Chairs of the Armed Services committees say we need more money for the Pentagon. You can write the story already, can't you?
And look, if we can't even do basic budgeting, can't even pass the government appropriations on time, how are we going to solve the bigger problems? I mean, Washington is just so broken, and the few times that it shows signs of not being broken, it's generally to make things worse.
You know, I'll tell you what, this has been an uplifting program the last couple of days. Let's talk about what we learned in New Hampshire and Iowa, Mark. We've been on the road and we're just back. This talk of a Trump nomination and Trump as a fiscal conservative is interesting here. His rivals, now only one left, Nikki Haley, trying to make the point that he added a lot to the deficit. In fact, some $7 trillion. Is the committee worried that we're about to do this all over again?
Well, we actually estimate that President Trump added $8.4 trillion to the debt. That's how much he signed into law. 8.4. That's tax cuts, that's spending increases. A good part of that is COVID. But even without the COVID, COVID relief, it's almost $5 trillion. So that's not to say that he's going to add another 8.4 if he takes office again, but his record on fiscal responsibility isn't exactly strong.
Nikki Haley's been talking about Social Security. One candidate to open the lockbox. Is that a conversation that you encourage? I'm assuming that's a yes.
Oh, we have to have it. Social Security is 9 years from insolvency. 9 years. That means today's 53-year-olds will be eligible, and their benefits will be cut across the board. For a typical couple, $17,000 cut in 2033. We should have been talking about this 20 years ago. We need to be talking about this today, and Ambassador Haley certainly gets credit in my book for at least starting that conversation.
She's getting killed for it on TV. Up in New Hampshire, they're running ads every 5 minutes, or they were. Now it's on to South Carolina. And I'm fascinated, Mark, that whether it's Donald Trump or a couple of weeks ago, Ron DeSantis have chosen this as the issue to really hit home on when it comes to Nikki Haley. She didn't even really articulate a policy. She just said, you know, kind of move the age to some extent for people who are just buying into the system here. That means we're never getting to this, right? If we can't have that conversation in a presidential election, when are we going to do it?
This is so shameful, and it comes from Republicans and it comes from Democrats. You know, the do nothing plan attacking any kind of solution. But here's the reality. If you're saying don't touch Social Security, you are endorsing a $17,000 a year cut for a new couple in just 9 years. That's the consequence of inaction. The law says we cannot pay benefits beyond what's being brought in. A $17,000 cut. And so they can run their ads, but it's exactly backwards. If we don't talk about Social Security, we are dooming a lot of seniors to a pretty deep cut in their standard of living.
These are the people who actually go out and vote, which is fascinating. It's confounding why we don't have this conversation in the throes of a contest like this, the throes of a debate. Maybe that's what's leading to the sense of inevitability with Donald Trump, Mark. Either way, if this is Joe Biden's last term, and I am not projecting that, we're talking about what might happen if either become president here. What would be his record on deficits? He likes to take credit for being the only president in recent history to lower them.
Yeah, no, that's silly. We haven't tallied President Biden on a kind of updated basis, but he's probably added about $4 trillion to the debt. So that's not as much as President Trump's $8.4 trillion, but it's still a lot. He didn't reduce debt. What happened is he came in 2021, and we were still amidst COVID, right? And he actually added to the debt more in 2021. But in 2022, things came back to normal. They've since gone back up. He's added substantially to the debt. The debt has accumulated substantially over his presidency. What he didn't do is repeat the $3 trillion deficits of 2020 and 2021 over and over again.
Which appears to be worth celebrating to somebody. Mark, it's good to see you. Thank you for bringing your research to us here, as always, in your point of view on Bloomberg. Mark Goldwine from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Remember this conversation when you hear these claims from both sides of the aisle. We're still looking for someone to reduce the debt and deficit. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll carry on here on the fastest show in politics with us on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. This is Bloomberg.
track for another day of records. S&P right now up 14. Gain right now of 0.4%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 41 points. That's a gain right now of just about 0.1%. Nasdaq higher by 53 for the Nasdaq Composite Index. And advance right now of just about 0.4%. 10-year yield 4.14%. For the 2-year right now 4.31%. Traders pushing stocks toward another record on speculation the Federal Reserve will be able to engineer a soft landing as the American economy remains fairly resilient and inflation shows signs of cooling. Spot gold up $1.95 the ounce now to 2015, gain there of 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 76.33 right now on WTI. Brent, the global benchmark, back above $81 a barrel. Barrel of Brent now up by 1.7%. Bitcoin retreating by 0.4%, 39,610 Bitcoin. American Airlines expects profit this year to beat Wall Street's estimates as it benefits from strength in demand and improved operating performance. American shares flying higher today, up by 9%. Rivals also moving higher. UAL, parent of United, up 3.5%. Delta up 3.6%. JetBlue up 4.1%, but heading the other direction, we've got Southwest trading lower now by 0.8%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks are advancing. S&P right now up 15, gain there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Lunch. And Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Yes, indeed. Here we are in the Capitol. I appreciate it, Charlie. We'll get back to check on trading a little bit later on this hour as we turn to a matter that involves both Washington and Wall Street, and that's Boeing, which of course has been a weeks-long story following the blowout of that door plug on the Alaska Air jet. News now as David Calhoun, the CEO of Boeing, comes to Washington to meet with senators on this. Conversations that did not, by the way, bring an answer to what exactly went wrong and how that door blew out, with the FAA getting involved. Blocked now. Boeing blocked from building more 737s in a big hit to the growth plan here, which is why the stock has been moving. And we want to talk about this with George Ferguson, senior analyst for aerospace and defense at Bloomberg Intelligence. George was with us when this first transpired. We were trying to figure out what was going on here when the 737s were grounded. Now this blocking of manufacturing growth brings us to a new level here. We're hearing from senators as well from their conversations. George, it's good to have you back. Can you kind of explain to us what this means and what the expansion would have looked like if it was allowed to go through?
Yeah, so we really have to figure out what it means, because Boeing should have been moving to a 38 rate 737 at the very end of 2023. And so that rate break, as they call it, was already in effect. This may have very little change to their 2024 build plans. So far, I haven't seen any announcement out of Boeing indicating any changes. I imagine they'll wait for earnings. But if that rate change is not in effect, then I think what we've got is Kaplan building 737s at 31 a month, which would be, I think we factored in 38 builds per month across the year. So obviously you'd have to knock down your expectations for deliveries, profits, and cash flow. But one of the other items here, I think, is that if we were still looking for them to liquidate some of the already built airplanes that are sitting in inventory and haven't been delivered to customers, nothing that I saw in the FAA release would indicate that they couldn't continue to get those airplanes off their arms and into customers' hands. So that could be a way to soften the blow. So I think the change to 2024 is still kind of unknown. If they are at 38, they probably wouldn't break to a higher rate until at least mid-year or later, and therefore it could not include them in their desire to build more airplanes and improve profitability, cash flow.
I wonder what this means from the transportation secretary, because it sounds like this could widen. As Pete Buttigieg says, a bigger picture exam is coming as the government looks into Boeing's manufacturing concerns. Do you know what he means by that?
Well, I mean, He's not given a lot of details, but clearly the FAA is going to get much deeper into Boeing's business. And I think they have to, right? Because we just haven't seen stability out of the manufacturing, Boeing manufacturing or their supply chain. And, Boeing is the national champion for commercial aerospace in the U.S. And it's not a good position for either the company Boeing, for the country, or for the FAA to be having this level of anomalies or problems coming out of the factories. So I think the FAA has been a little bit muddied by all these problems too with the MAX. They're going to dig in deeper and make sure they have a good understanding of what's going on in Boeing's plants and why they're having problems.
What was Dave Calhoun doing on Capitol Hill yesterday? Apparently meeting with senators, none of whom said they received answers to a cause or exactly what led to this door plug blowout. Why visit Washington?
Yeah, he's been doing a bit of a tour lately, right? He's been down in the Spirit Aerosystem as well. I think he's trying to shore up confidence, obviously, in Boeing. But I think it's very concerning that he doesn't know and doesn't have answers yet. And, that I think is the big challenge, right? There's been a lot of outsourcing in this industry over the last number of decades. And it feels like we have an industry now where the manufacturer doesn't understand everything that's going on in their supply chain, and that's bad. Sorry, we got a little bit of noise here.
Not at all. It's not an issue at all. If you're with us on YouTube, it actually looks like a pretty great spot on the trellis there. George Ferguson today. I did a bunch of flying over the last 2 weeks, George, to Iowa, to New Hampshire, and everybody's following what's happening on the campaign trail. Everyone's thinking about this. It's an interesting experience to kind of share the vibe when you get on a Boeing. People are actually looking now when they check in or when they get on the plane, they look at the card and the seat back to see, is this thing a Boeing or an Airbus? What the heck did I just get on? And everybody realizes the same thing when they get on the plane. You can't tell where the door plug is if you're on one of those. Of course, none of them, I guess, are flying right now. But this is only something you see from the outside, right? Because unless the configuration on the inside matches it, you don't have a need for a door. So the American public can't really book around this without booking around Boeing planes. Is that right?
I think that would, actually, the way you could book around this if you wanted to was to make sure you weren't flying a 737-9. The Dash 8 doesn't have this plug, so if you're going somewhere with a Dash 8, you should be all right. Honestly, I would fly a Dash 9 today. I have no concerns about it. We did note in Alaska's earnings today, they said they completed the inspection of their fleet, and they only found one small problem. Look, no one wants to be next to a door plug that leaves the airplane, but it looks like from at least Alaska's inspections, again, this was an anomaly, but it's something that really can't happen in aerospace. Aerospace is a zero tolerance for misses kind of industry.
Well, we heard from a bunch of airlines today. Alaska, American, right? Southwest. What are the executives saying about this, having conducted a lot of these inspections, when we're talking about loose bolts or any issues in their Boeing fleet?
Yeah, what I hear is frustration from the airline executives, right? They all have fleet planning, and so they're kind of expecting airplanes to show up at certain times based on the retirements that they want to, put in effect, and based on the demand they want to go after. And it gets very frustrating if their supplier is Boeing and they can't count on a date certain to see the airplane. So I think you're hearing a lot of frustration from them. Now, I think if you're a CEO that's largely a non-Boeing fleet, I wouldn't say you're happy, but I think you may see some opportunity where your competitors may not have capacity and you could go, but perhaps get better yields in the marketplace because you do.
It's really something to hear the American Airlines chief executive officer say Boeing needs to get their act together in a conference call. That's the frustration that you're talking about here. Has Boeing stock reflected this? I don't want to use the word worst case scenario when it comes to an airplane maker, but has the worst of this been baked into the stock?
Well, in the depths of the of the MCAS problem, where the crashes in Ethiopia and Malaysia, the stock was a lot lower, right? And so I think if this situation were to devolve, you absolutely could see lower share prices, but it's definitely not sort of plugging in a worst case scenario right now.
I guess there's that. Are we going to keep seeing the Calhoun Road Show? Is it helping?
I mean, I think the constituents to talk to are kind of the ones at least he can group together pretty easily are done, right? He went to Spirit, he went to Boeing employees, he went to Capitol Hill. I don't know who he go to next, maybe some of the smaller suppliers. But I think at the end of the day, the real challenge here is he's got to get into his manufacturing plants and really make sure that they're performing and that quality is number one. So I think he's trying to shore up confidence, but time is going to tell, and the problem is down in the manufacturing facility. He's got to get down there and make sure that that's working correctly.
Kind of amazed he hasn't already been dragged to Capitol Hill for a public hearing. You know how much lawmakers like to do that, but I suppose keep our ears open for it. George Ferguson, good to see you, George. Great reporting. My gosh, you've been on a heck of a beat here lately with this Boeing story from Bloomberg Intelligence. Look for his analysis, as all the clients do, on the terminal. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We've got breaking news here that impacts high tech, and it looks like the FTC is about to get busy again with an inquiry. We get world and national headlines now, and Nancy Lyons with details from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. You're right. We're just learning Alphabet, Amazon, Anthropic, Microsoft, and OpenAI have all received an FTC inquiry into generative AI investments and partnerships. The Federal Trade Commission is interested in how these partnerships are impacting the competitive landscape. Charlie Pellet will have more on this in his upcoming Business Watch. Well, President Biden is reportedly ready to send CIA Director William Burns to the Middle East to work on a deal between Israel and Hamas. The Washington Post reports officials remain hopeful such a deal would lead to the release of the remaining hostages in Gaza. Meanwhile, the Israeli military is investigating reports that today Israeli fire struck a crowd of people waiting for humanitarian aid at a roundabout in Gaza City. At least 20 were killed, 150 others reportedly wounded. A similar strike on a crowded shelter in Gaza yesterday killed 12 and wounded 75. That's according to UN officials who did not directly blame Israel. As for the economy, President Biden is hailing today's report on the nation's GDP for the fourth quarter. The U.S. economy grew 3.1% over the past year, while adding another 2.7 million jobs. He cites core inflation is moving back down toward the pre-pandemic benchmark. While we wait for the Fed's next policy decision next week, we hear today from the European Central Bank it's keeping interest rates on hold for a third straight session. ECB President Christine Lagarde.
Aside from an energy-related upward base effect on headline inflation, the declining trend in underlying inflation has continued, and our past interest rate increases keep being transmitted forcefully into financing conditions.
Lagarde says she stands by her comments on rate cut timing, and it's premature to talk about easing for the Eurozone. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Washington, Trump White House official Peter Navarro, who was convicted of contempt of Congress for refusing to cooperate with a congressional investigation into the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, has been sentenced today to 4 months behind bars. Again, developing story headline from Bloomberg: Navarro sentenced to 4 months behind bars. The other developing story at this hour: Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft will have to provide information to the Federal Trade Commission on their investments and partnerships with artificial intelligence startups, including Anthropic, BBC, and OpenAI, all a part of an agency study. Shares of Alphabet, they're up now by 2.1%. Amazon up by 0.6%. Microsoft right now up by about 0.8%. Stocks are pushing higher today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green. An 11-point run-up on the S&P 500 index, up by 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 14, up less than 0.1%. While NASDAQ is up 39, higher now by 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.14% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.32%. Gold unchanged on the day at 2014 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 76.51 a barrel. Among the day's economic news, consumer spending helped drive America's economy in the closing months of 2023, defying recession calls. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The data bode well for the opening months of the new year. 3.3% U.S. growth, topping Wall Street forecasts. The economy's main engine, household spending, rose at a respectable 2.8% pace, aided by a relatively steady labor market. Business, investment, and housing also provided a boost. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P right now up by 10 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of power continues once again. Here he is, Joe Matthew in Washington.
All right, Charlie, we do thank you. We'll stay in touch with Charlie, as always, for updating trading throughout the broadcast. With breaking news you might have heard a short time ago here on Bloomberg Radio, Peter Navarro going to jail here, sentenced, it appears, 4 months in prison for contempt of Congress. This is bringing us back to the January 6th committee here. Apparently you can, in fact, be punished, in this case, on 2 contempt of Congress charges. That's where we start our conversation with our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Glad to say, Bloomberg Politics contributors. I was planning to be asking you, and I will, both of you, about the latest on the campaign trail as Donald Trump vows to blacklist donors who go to Nikki Haley. But Rick, I wonder what this means for the case, the legal action pending against Donald Trump here. It's supposed to start in March, the January 6th trial, as it's known. Does Peter Navarro going to prison, and I'm sure he'll appeal this, play into what might happen to Donald Trump?
You know, I don't know how much it's going to play into Donald Trump. It may create a little more seriousness around these congressional subpoenas that have been ignored over the last few years as it relates to things like the January 6th investigation. So now maybe it shows that they have some teeth and that there will be some repercussions if you ignore them. And of course that then draws down on things like whether or not Hunter Biden can ignore a subpoena by Congress without any potential blowback. So I think it's great in the sense that it puts a little bit more power into Congress, that when they ask you to come testify, you got to take it seriously if you're under subpoena, and you can't just blow it off. And of course, that's what Navarro did, and now he's got to pay a price.
This has been kind of an eye roll for people with contempt of Congress, you know. But they're the liars, is what you tend to hear, Jeannie. That this is a toothless exercise. Is Rick right? Maybe these subpoenas start to land with a little more weight.
They do. You know, I'm sure Democrats in Congress are frustrated that it took this long. You know, the January 6th committee wanted that testimony when they were going through process. But of course, the judicial process takes a while. But here we have a decision, and you have Peter Navarro, trade aide to President Trump, who was claiming some kind of executive privilege, and the court said absolutely not. When the first branch of government, the people's house as we call it, tells you you've got to produce documents and you've got to testify, you don't have the option of saying no. And I think we should say that there are a lot of cases like this
negotiating with Congress. Now we understand he will do it behind closed doors. You simply cannot ignore Congress. That's the way it is and should be. This oversight matters. We need to know what happened on January 6th. People can't hide behind a shield of privilege in order to escape telling us what they know and when they knew it.
Well, Donald Trump is now threatening political donors. Rick, I don't know if you've ever heard of anything like this. He posted on Truth last night following news that Nikki Haley pulled in $1 million in what the campaign calls grassroots donations in just a day, coming out of New Hampshire. Raised $1 million. Then the truth from Trump. Anybody that makes a contribution to Haley from this moment forth will be permanently barred from the MAGA camp. He writes, when I ran for office and won, I noticed the losing candidates' donors, in quotes, would immediately come to me and want to help out. We're now threatening donors here, Rick. This is fascinating. I thought this was kind of a one-way deal. Like they either want you to succeed and give you money, or they don't. Is he suggesting that they will not be able to pay for play if they oppose MAGA?
Well, you're not supposed to pay for play to begin with. Politics is a dark art. There's absolutely a strategy involved in drying up someone's funding. It's not typically done in the glare of the public. Typically, you call the donor and say, hey, look, we know you're giving money to my opponent, but we'd really like you to play with us. And I hate for this train to leave the station without you on it, and it's much more of a bail sort of, carrot and stick, right? And you got the stick in one hand and you're dangling the carrot in the other. This is blatant. I mean, like as everything is with Donald Trump. You're a loser if you don't give me money, and I'm going to screw you when I'm president, right? I mean, like, if anybody reading that is like, okay, I get it. And it doesn't help him. I mean, like, you think about when people consume this information, it's one thing to have, Druckenmiller, Kravis, Langone, these guys who are hosting big fundraisers for Nikki to hear that. But like independent voters hear that too. And they're like, oh my God, the guy's like threatening donors. That's crazy. So like he pays a price for this. But like, yeah, I mean, I think he ultimately pays a price. And by the way, you want that money later on. What in the world would you say no to it for?
Right. Well, yeah, I'm confused here. I never thought Donald Trump would be turning down money in this case. Jeannie, I don't know how you read it, but my gosh, this is an opportunity for Nikki Haley, isn't it? Start talking about $5 contributions. The knock on her is that she's only getting money from a couple of whales. But this might help her change that narrative, no?
Oh, I love the fact that you're positive about this, Joe. Forget the billionaires and the millionaires. Go for the $5.
I'm looking for something.
Right, it's just one way to spin it. The reality is that she did post, by the way, on X, I believe it was, not on Truth Social, saying if that's the way it is, donate here. And, she's right to do that. You're right to go after, small donors. Those are critically important. That's where Donald Trump has done really well. But the reality is it's not just Donald Trump's threats that are, potentially a problem for her with these big donors like Langone. It's the fact that they don't want to throw away money, rightly so, and most people looking at this race can't see a mathematical way forward for her. So that is going to be the problem for her. As much as she tried to spin the third place in Iowa, the second place in New Hampshire as wins, and she's still in this thing as we speak, when you look at the map, you're hard to see how she gets delegates. And so I think Donald Trump's interest here is closing this thing down. He wants to be the nominee, in part because of what we just talked about initially, which is the fact that he's not only running to be president, he's running to stay out of jail. And one way to do that.
All right, Jeannie and Rick, stay with us for some final thoughts ahead, and we'll have Kaylee too. This is Bloomberg.
news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft will have to provide information to the Federal Trade Commission on their investments and partnership with artificial intelligence startups, all a part of an agency study that was announced moments ago. The Antitrust and Consumer Protection Agency says it did send subpoenas to the companies to gather information on how the development of AI is impacting the competitive landscape. We got more coming up. Bloomberg's Jen Rhee, she's with Bloomberg Intelligence. Microsoft is going to be laying off 1,900 people across its video game divisions, including at Activision Blizzard. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini.
Charlie, this is all about that acquisition and what's happening now. Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. That deal closed late last year. Now, in an email to staff reviewed by Bloomberg, Microsoft gaming chief Phil Spencer writing the cuts represent about 8% of Microsoft's 22,000 gaming workers. Meantime, Activision's publishing chief writing that the cuts are made to reset and realign resources for the future. Other video game companies, including Riot Games, have also enacted mass layoffs. Charlie.
And that's Denise Pellegrini reporting. Right now we do have Microsoft shares. They are trading higher, up now by just about 0.7%. Tesla, after earnings, plunging now by 12.7%. Elon Musk's pitch for investors to look past slower sales growth fell flat. Not just shares of Tesla down, but also rival EV makers Lucid now trading lower by 8.3%. Rivian Automotive also declining today. We've got Rivian trading lower by 2.9%. Those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
And breaking news this hour of an AI-related inquiry coming from the FTC. This is not an investigation that you might imagine right off the bat. It's not about generative AI. It's Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft facing this inquiry specifically on its investments into Anthropic and OpenAI. And when we have FTC worries, we need to talk to Jen Rhee, back from Bloomberg Intelligence. Our senior antitrust analyst joins now live from New York. Jennifer, it's great to see you. Do these companies actually have something to worry about?
Thanks for having me, Joe. You know, not right now, no, and I think not for some time. You mentioned that this is a study and it's not an investigation, and there is a difference. You know, an investigation is open when the FTC may have some concern or some suspicion that laws have been broken. A study is just meant to learn about a business, to learn about an industry, to understand these investments. You know, they have concern about the dominance of these big tech companies. They have concern about AI, which is rapidly becoming, you know, a part of our economy. And I think they just want to make sure they're ahead of this and understand what's going on.
Is this something that investors should not worry about then, at least not yet?
I don't think they should worry about it yet. You know, first of all, you know, the FTC started one of the same kinds of studies with respect to pharmacy benefit managers over a year ago. So the first thing to understand is that it's going to take some time. You know, they're going to be looking at this for a while. They're going to be collecting documents and information for a while. And as I said, it's not being undertaken because there's some concern or some suspicion that a law's been broken. It's really just to learn. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't develop into something. They're going to collect information. The information they see they may not like. It could turn into an investigation and some suspicion that a law could be broken or is being broken. But I don't think anytime soon. I think we're a long way away from the point at which this is going to have some kind of impact, negative impact on those companies.
All right. Clutch analysis from our pal Jennifer Rhee of Bloomberg Intelligence. Great to see you, Jen, and thanks for the insights here. As we get some final thoughts this hour from our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, and news from Arizona, where the chair of the Republican Party, Jeff DeWitt, has resigned after a recording of him talking to Carrie Lake was leaked. Recording of him apparently offering a bribe for her to bow out of the Senate race that is now underway. Let's listen.
So what's going on? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east.
There are very powerful people who want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way.
People from back east, he said, wanted her to take a 2-year break from politics for a job in exchange. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Rick, you're no stranger to Arizona politics. A lot of folks think this was a setup by Carrie Lake. Should Jeff DeWitt have resigned? Apparently, she threatened another tape.
Yeah, I think this is more to come on this scandal. And yeah, clearly somebody had empowered Chairman DeWitt to go talk to her. And I suspect she knew exactly what was coming and decided to tape record it for her own influence and or protection. A lot of people I know right now are speculating that back east means something out of Mar-a-Lago. And so who else would be the subject who really cared about whether or not if she's on the ballot you can't fundraise, especially in Arizona. So I think there's a lot more to come here. We'll see who was the money and the power behind it.
How should this be read? It's like a soap opera. It sounds like bad dialogue, to be honest with you, Jeannie.
It does, and we all just ask why Carrie Lake keeps wearing wires? What is going on that she's always wearing wires?
This is a fair point. We saw her walk by in the hotel in New Hampshire. Was she recording? I'm not sure. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We'll have more with our panel next hour on the new and improved edition of Bloomberg Balance of Power. Kaylee's on the way in next, and a conversation coming up with former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman. It's all ahead on Hour 2 of Balance of Power. It starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
As we start with a big question today, is Congress already done for the year? Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as Mitch McConnell caves to Donald Trump on a border deal that appears to be just emerging now, and a tax deal that seemed inevitable just 24 hours ago may now be on the rocks. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, now joined by Kaylee Lyons. It's great to see you, Kaylee, as the storyline changes under our feet again. This is the border deal that was supposed to unlock funding for Ukraine.
That's right.
Mitch McConnell now says it might need to wait for Donald Trump.
Which is so fascinating, Joe, because Mitch McConnell, of course, the minority leader in the Senate, has been one of the most vocal advocates in the Republican Party for continuing aid to Ukraine. But after New Hampshire, which, of course, was a second consecutive victory in the primary contest for Donald Trump, he says, we don't want to do anything to undermine him and refer to him as the nominee.
No, we know they don't get along.
Right.
They don't like each other at all.
Right.
The things Donald Trump has said about Mitch McConnell's wife, his former cabinet officials, just the start. But it does sound like the walls are closing in here on any possible Nikki Haley impact. Capitol Hill is not acting like Donald Trump is not.
Well, you're seeing more and more members of Congress falling in line. Of course, we're going to continue to watch that story. We'll have more on it with Zach Cohen of Bloomberg Government in just a second. But we also have some breaking news to mention at this hour, Joe. Apple overhauling its App Store in the European Union and its iPhone features to appease regulators there. This has to do with the fees they charge to companies, developers that list on the App Store. Apparently, for those third-party app stores, they're going to be reducing that fee in Europe, so we'll have more on that story.
To that end, we're going to talk a little bit later on with Denver Riggleman, as you mentioned. Zach Cohen joins live from Capitol Hill. Denver will join former Republican congressman on the dysfunction and how we should be reading now what appears to be a very different story. But to Kaylee's point, we want to get to Charlie Pellet, not only to update Wall Street, but more on this Apple story. Midday in New York, Charlie. How's it look?
Right now we are higher across the board. The Dow has been fluctuating between gains and losses, Joe, but right now back in the green. The Dow up 37 points, up by 0.1%. The news that just broke, Kaylee delivered. We've got Apple shares holding on to gains. Apple up now by 0.6%, but that headline, it's a big one, worth repeating. Apple embarking on a historic overhaul of the iOS, Safari, and App Store offerings in the European Union, aiming to placate regulators set to impose tough new antitrust antitrust rules. Again, Apple shares, they are advancing right now. Apple up by about 0.7%. It is an update for now for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Possibly could see more records at the close. S&P up 17, 48.85 right now, up by about 0.4%. Dow Industrials up 54, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 50, that is a gain of 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index also advancing today, part of a broader rally. The Russell 2000 up now by about 0.4%. 10-year 4.13%. We've got the 2-year yielding 4.31%. Spot gold up $2.50 the ounce to 2016, up by about 0.1%. And Bitcoin up 0.2%, 39,855. Earnings news: IBM delivering a positive outlook for revenue and cash flow in 2024. We've got IBM shares up now by 10.6% after the close of trading today. Another big tech company, a tech bellwether. We will be hearing from Intel. Intel shares right now up by about 0.8%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 16, up 0.3. The 10-year at 4.13%. I'm Charlie Pellet and Joe and Kaylee. Balance of Power continues. Back to you now in Washington.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at Wall Street. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, here on Pennsylvania Avenue, both ends of it, it's a little confusing what's going on in terms of negotiating, Joe, on a border deal. The latest ex-post from Senator Sinema, who of course is involved in this, along with Senator Lankford and Murphy, Republican, Independent, Democrat, all involved, posted today that they've been working in good faith with DHS, the White House, and party leaders on a bipartisan border security package. Yeah. She says, we're really close, and we're working carefully to get this right. But what's a deal really worth if even Mitch McConnell doesn't seem like it's worth voting on?
Yeah, I don't. The timing of this is interesting because it follows this meeting yesterday. I'm assuming that one of these folks, Jim Lankford, was in that meeting, right? Yeah. It was a Republican Senate membership meeting behind closed doors. And it was like, hey, reality set in after New Hampshire. What was the line? We don't want to do anything
to undermine
him. Mitch McConnell referring to him as the nominee because Donald Trump wants to run a campaign on immigration. And boy, if you've been listening to this broadcast, you saw it coming. We've been asking about this for weeks. The impact that Donald Trump might have in potentially squashing a deal that could make Democrats look good. We're already here. And so the Sinema tweet is interesting. They're going to keep at this, I guess, until there's a deal. But it just might not matter.
Right. It might be a deal that gets done, but actually doesn't get turned into law. Let's try to get more on this now. I'm pleased to say joining us from Bloomberg Government, who reports on Congress for BGov, is Zach Cohen. So, Zach, is this still happening, but not really happening? How should we be thinking about the prospects for something on the border passing through Congress now?
This is a really critical juncture for this package of border security legislation that's been tied for the last couple of weeks now to aid not just for Ukraine, but as well as Israel and Taiwan. There were a number of meetings amongst Senate Republicans this week trying to get a better sense of what's actually in this deal. Our understanding is about 90% of it has been written in negotiations with not just Senators James Lankford, Kirsten Sinema, Chris Murphy, but as well as representatives from the White House. But I think the reality is set again that if you have former President Trump, who just won the New Hampshire primary and the Iowa caucus before that, railing against any potential deal that is going to win Democratic support, that they should just wait until he comes back into office. Now, Republican leadership has said they still want to get a deal. McConnell himself told our colleague Eric Watson that they're still negotiating. They're hoping to get something done, in part because Ukraine aid is going to be really hard to move through both the Senate and the House without some sort of enticement for Republican senators who are critical of Ukraine aid to get that job done as well. And so we'll have to wait to see how this text finally comes out. There's certainly going to be some skeptics of it in the Senate Republican Conference, and certainly some Democrats as well. But as far as we know, certainly Trump's comments have made it harder, but that a deal is still on the table.
So is Donald Trump now essentially the Speaker of the House and the Republican leader in the Senate?
I think it's undeniable. He has a lot of influence here, and Republicans will certainly tell you that. I think McConnell may have alluded to that yesterday in talks, but Republican leadership is still pretty insistent that this is the best opportunity they have to really get a border deal done. So, they've gotten more concessions from Democrats in the last couple of weeks than they ever got during the Trump administration on any sort of border package. And so certainly Trump saying, leave this to me to deal with when we get there, fallen on deaf ears, even among some hard-right Republicans who have said, because the border crisis is such a clear and present danger, as Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican from Wisconsin, told me, they want to see something get done. The question is, does it survive the House? Does Speaker Mike Johnson put this on the floor, probably on a suspension vote that would require bipartisan support, even if he ends up losing harder Republicans, who, if you're Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, has talked about actually ousting him from that job if it included aid for Ukraine. So there's a narrow path for this deal still to happen, and certainly the power players actually crafting it are still at the table.
Okay, so that's one deal, Zach. We also have another deal that actually has already been made and marked up, that tax deal, bipartisan, between the Senate Finance Leader, Senator Wyden, and the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith. They had the deal, they marked it up. Now it seems like we're running into issues. Is this, too, something that just isn't going to be able to get adequate support?
Certainly it's not going to make that January 29th deadline that Finance Chairman Ron Wyden had posited at the beginning of tax filing season. Any sort of tax package was going to be difficult, certainly in an election year, as we've been discussing. Sometimes lawmakers would prefer to leave something to after the 2024 elections, when maybe a different configuration of power would lead to a better deal. It did get marked up out of the House Ways and Means Committee, the tax writing panel, on a pretty substantial bipartisan vote, I think 40-3, if I'm remembering correctly, and should be going to the House floor as soon as next week, maybe later than that. If that comes out of the House with a really strong bipartisan vote, it would go over to the Senate, where Mike Crapo, the top Republican on the Finance Committee, told me yesterday they expect an opportunity to amend that bill on the floor of the Senate. What that means for the prospect of actually passing the Senate and going back to the House, that's a whole other issue.
All right, so this is getting silly. We're done here, right? I mean, come on. Maybe I'm just not in a great mood. But this is not a functioning operation here, guys. We can't figure out even how to get beyond top-line figures for a budget. Border deal's smoking right now, but now we're going to mark up the tax deal. We've got to bring in Denver Wrigley. He's got to be rolling his eyes somewhere in the heart of Virginia. Former Republican congressman is with us here on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Denver, is the store closed for the rest of the year?
I don't know.
Or is it just me?
Yeah, I don't think your mood's going to get any better when I'm done. I think I think there's a lot of legislators that are cosplaying right now through 2024 when you're looking at these deals, and I think what they're doing is they're just trying to keep people interested and waiting for Trump to make a decision. And I think what you saw McConnell say really is no different than what DeSantis and Tim Scott did this week, right? Where they're almost like Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed embracing in the water in the trip to Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that's really what we got, is everybody's rolling over and showing their bellies right now for Trump. And if you think about McConnell's statements, or you're telling me we have to wait for Trump, we don't want to go sideways on him, the American people be damned. And I think that's the crazy part about the two-party system, especially when one party's in a hold my beer moment. You can't get anything done because they're waiting on one person, one demagogue, to tell them what's okay and what's not okay. And I think that's why your mood is probably not that great.
Okay, so what do you make of the idea that if they wait until the election, decide to try to tackle border security under potentially a future second Trump administration, is there any real chance it would get done then? Because you need 60 votes in the Senate, and then if Democrats couldn't pass it under Biden, why would they allow it passed under Trump?
Especially if the Democrats hold the House. It's a fantastic question. And by the way, and again, not to be another mood killer, but if you have the far right, and some of the people that I do know talking about, now, by the way, I want to say there are issues with the border. I would be the first to say that. But the far right is talking about the imminent danger of Hamas crossing the border, but we're going to wait for Donald, there at Mar-a-Lago to give us the go-ahead in order to protect the American Republic when we've been screaming about this for the last couple of weeks. It's absolutely hypocritical. And again, when I talk about these legislators cosplaying, it doesn't really change going into 2025 if Trump were to win the election, because more than likely you're going to have a Democratically controlled House. Who knows what's going to happen in the Senate? So let's be real, right? Right now, this is just a big slow roll with one person while they're waiting for him to actually be blessed as the nominee, and that's really what's going on here.
Well, just to reset, Denver, do you agree there'll be no budget for this fiscal year? CRs to the horizon. There will be no border deal. Ukraine will get no money and will be abandoned. And there'll be probably no tax deal to crow about either.
Yeah, I mean, McConnell hooking the border deal to Ukraine aid is a pretty much a red flag, I think, for anybody who's looking at what's going over in Ukraine. You know, there was a great intelligence officer that trained me 20 years ago, and he said, Denver, the only way to tell the future is after it happens. It's the same way with Congress and what's going on right now in the Senate and the House. But I think it's going to be very hard to get a budget through, and I think it's going to be very difficult to do anything with Ukraine. You know, again, while we have Trump sort of being the party leader, you know, not only the Senate lead, but also, you know, acting as, you know, Mike Johnson's inner voice. I think it's almost impossible. And it's just, it will be a surprise to me if it happens. Never say never. I never try to do that. You know, sometimes I've been wrong in my predictions because Congress is such a chaotic hellhole right now, but you never know. But I think it's going to be very difficult. Sorry, that was pretty blunt. Hellhole is a word I like to use.
Yeah, it's a technical term.
Technical term that I like to use.
Well, of course, one of the examples of dysfunction in Congress has been that a speaker was ousted, and that's why Mike Johnson got the job in the first place. At the very least, if none of these things are even going to come to the floor, does it at least save him the speaker's gavel, because he's not going to have to try to navigate the different priorities of his hard right flank and, say, trying to actually do some legislating?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a great question that an individual who wants to keep power does as little as possible, you know, which seems like that's what Congress is right now. And I think that's really what you have. I do think, and based on your question, I think I think they're really missing Kevin McCarthy right now. And think about that, right after ousting him and having Mike Johnson, you know, install the speaker. I think the same, even though they weren't happy with McCarthy in many, many ways, and McCarthy was also rolling over it himself. I think they're looking back at fondness in the chaos of the McCarthy, you know, era when you're looking at what's going on with Mike Johnson. And yeah, I think the less that he does to further any type of bipartisan deal, the stronger he is as speaker, based on the way that the House is structured right now.
I'll remind our viewers and listeners of your involvement in the January 6th committee, Denver, and your book. Denver is co-author of The Breach, the untold story of the investigation into January 6th. Last hour, we received a headline that Peter Navarro has been sentenced to 4 months in prison here on 2 contempt of Congress charges related to the January 6th investigation into the 2020 elections. What does that mean when you finally hear a resolution like this? I'm sure we'll appeal it, but what does it mean for the others?
Yeah, I mean, Bannon is still waiting. You know, he's still on appeal right now for his 4-month sentence. But with Peter Navarro, I don't think it could happen to a better person. I think, you know, you're talking about somebody who wrote The Immaculate Deception, which is one of those nutty, I would say, stop the steal publications you could ever write. I think Jenny Thomas used that, you know, to help with her text messages. He's also the person who came up with the Green Bay sweep, or he said he did. I mean, obviously, Stop the Steal was started by Roger Stone in 2016. Let's not fool ourselves. Navarro's going to take credit for anything. But you have really an election denier who did stand up Congress, who did ignore a subpoena, and somebody who got what he deserved. But listen, you can't give jail time for being insane or you get life, but you can give jail time for contempt of Congress, and that's why he got the 4 months. And, you know, a lot of people really listened to what he was saying, and really Peter Navarro, again, couldn't happen to a better Fruit Loop.
Well, talk about election denying. Of course, Joe and I just returned from New Hampshire, where at his victory party in New Hampshire, Trump falsely claimed that he won New Hampshire in the 2020 election. He has continually reiterated this kind of thing, and yet he is the presumptive, at this point, Republican nominee, with more than 50% of support in both Iowa and New Hampshire. What does that say about how these next 9.5 months until the general election are going to go? Does it even matter, his language?
No, I think that's what should bother so many Americans, that his language really doesn't matter. I mean, you're talking about somebody who's either, you know, lying, stupid, or both. That's it. There's really no other way to go. But again, his supporters don't care, because it all goes back into this narrative of deep state, of globalists, of the election being stolen, all the conspiracy theories you can think of surrounding Stop the Steal. And if you think the people that are supporting that, or they're polling saying that the election was still stolen, these are people who actually believe that Italian satellites, actually changed votes, or that Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan government actually broke the algorithm, or that there's, let's be honest, that there's crazy people burning ballots in a yard. So no, the language doesn't matter.
Denver Riggleman, never one to mince words. We thank you. It's Denver Unchained. Former Republican Congressman, the founder of Rig Security. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
shares back from losses, trading little change right now. Apple is embarking on a historic overhaul of its iOS, Safari, and App Store offerings in the European Union, aiming to placate regulators set to impose tough new antitrust rules. Stocks are advancing. We could see another record close today with the S&P 500 index up 10 points, 48.79, a gain right now of 0.2%. Stocks are advancing on speculation the Fed will be able to engineer a soft landing as the American economy economy remains fairly resilient, and inflation shows signs of cooling. Stronger than estimated gross domestic product numbers this morning defied gloomy forecasts for a recession, bolstering the outlook for corporate America. The Dow now up 30 points, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 12, gain there also of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.13%, with the 2-year that's yielding 4.31%. Gold up $2 the ounce to 2015, up 0.1%. Crude up 2.2%, 76.76 a barrel. Meta Platforms is building an $800 million data center in Indiana that will be optimized to handle artificial intelligence services, marking the latest attempt by Facebook's parent to gain an edge in the new technology. Again, recapping, stocks are higher, S&P up 11, a gain there of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Hey, Charlie Pellet, thanks. And we appreciate your being with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and YouTube. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons with the storyline changing dramatically today, or is it, Kaylee? Pretty hard to tell, as a lot of folks read into the language that we're hearing from Mitch McConnell. Either way you cut it here, if the border deal is in peril, and you've got the Republican leader in the Senate, who is not a friend of Donald Trump, saying we do not want to do anything to undermine him.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder who's calling whom on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, well, we knew about the conversations between the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Trump, that they talked frequently, but it appears this is just as much a factor in the other chamber.
Yep.
And it's so interesting because you and I just returned from New Hampshire. We were in Iowa as well. The common theme in both was that actually it is the border, the issue of immigration, that is weighing most heavily on the minds of voters as they go to choose their candidate who they'd like to see be the Republican nominee. So if you know that this is a political talking point, an issue that you can use in an election cycle, maybe you don't want it resolved. And we've been suggesting this for weeks, this question.
If you're a listener or viewer of this program, Kaylee is correct. You actually saw this coming. We've been talking about it for weeks with Rick and Jeannie, among others. Let's bring him in now. Our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, I'll tell you, it does feel like the weight of Donald Trump is hanging heavier on Capitol Hill. Is there any other way to put it?
No, I think that people need to understand that the New Hampshire outcome was also very, very decisive in a legislative outcome to try and get a deal on the border and probably a deal on Ukraine spending too. And so politics has now merged with policy. You don't have to have a conversation with Donald Trump to know what he wants. He's been very clear, very vocal that he doesn't want a border deal. He wants to be able to campaign on it. He wants to be able to use it against the Biden administration, regardless of whether that looks like abject politicalization of an important issue that Americans care about. I would expect to see some kind of offensive from the Biden White House on this. But if not, I wouldn't be surprised because they haven't been very aggressive to date on the border.
Well, when we think about the political calculation here, you can logically understand Trump's calculation. If he's trying to win a general election against an incumbent president, make the border an issue, and that probably works in your favor. But Jeannie, what about for everyone else down the ballot? Does that subsequently make it much more difficult for him to have control, or at least have his party in control of either branch of Congress come January 2025, if they're seen not doing anything about the border when they could have?
Absolutely, but then again, when has Donald Trump ever cared about anything but his own future electorally and otherwise? He hasn't cared about the down ballot. He hasn't cared about anything or anyone except his own future. And this is a really, really difficult and dark time for Republicans, and they know it. The biggest thing that happened Tuesday night was not necessarily Donald Trump winning that election. It was the fact that John Cornyn turned around so fast as those results came in at 8:01 and endorsed him. And it was a sign of what is to come. And the people celebrating here are now people like Vladimir Putin. It is likely now we don't get Ukraine funding, desperately needed. Nobody has said that more than Mitch McConnell. As you were just talking about, likely we don't get this tax deal, bipartisan as it was. Likely we don't get very needed immigration reform. And the reality is, this is a problem for Republicans, and wait and watch and listen to Democrats who are going to be talking about it as that. Once again, Donald Trump saying he doesn't care about the border. He cares about his own electoral prospects. He wants to run against Joe Biden. He will take a border deal and shove it down the toilet because he doesn't want it passed until he is president if he's elected.
Rick, the same day that McConnell made these comments inside, by the way, a closed-door meeting, he said on the floor of the Senate that saving Ukraine was a matter of, quote, cold, hard American interest, unquote. Is this simply negotiating out loud? You know how deals are made. Does Mitch McConnell come out there, say something like this about Trump to force Republican negotiators to craft a harder deal that he might be able to sell to his conference or next door in the House?
Joe, there's no question that he's trying to do a number of things with that public statement. It does mirror what was going on in that policy lunch on Tuesday that he led and had basically their own Republican insurrection within the caucus. He's trying to lay the groundwork. He's trying to create a public demand for Ukraine funding. This is what's in our interest. Why wouldn't we do it? Now that he knows it's probably not going to be a part of a broader deal that included a border deal, he has to strike out and try and get this done on a one-on-one basis. So first, create the environment, create the press around us talking about Ukraine outside of a border deal. We haven't done that in a long time. Two, to try and get a message to all the Republicans who have an interest in Ukraine that they've got to step up their efforts because we're going to have to go it alone. There won't be an omnibus bill, it looks like, that will be able to slip this in and make it a part of a larger vote. And so it's a clarion call from the speaker or from the minority leader. And I think that it was a very good thing to do. It does start to set the agenda in a different way. He knows how to pivot. He's a master strategist. And I think, right now the question is going to be, how do Republicans in the House who are hawks on Russia, or how they're going to react to it, and what kind of activity he can create in the Senate to try and start to move away from this joint deal that has likely stalled, and try to figure out a venue and a bill that he can attach this Ukraine funding to get it moving quick.
Okay, so all of that's on the Republican side, but Jeannie, on the Democratic side, in the White House, for the president, should he or could this force him to actually be more hawkish on the border, accept more policy changes than he maybe would have otherwise, to make it essentially an offer that you can't refuse, or at least call the bluff of both chambers of Congress?
Yeah, and Democrats have been doing that. I mean, Republicans know, and we've heard it reported out of people who are working on this deal, saying this is the best we are going to get. Democrats desperate for a deal. They have been willing to go along with almost all of what Republicans have asked, and rightly so, and yet they can't move this thing forward because Donald Trump has been on the phones, working the phones with Johnson and others saying, don't do this. So, I am not convinced we see anything out of Congress. In fact, I'm convinced we don't. We may see the president talk about an EO. I'm not sure if he will go down that route. That's what Barack Obama ended up doing. But the reality is, it is one person who is stopping progress on this, and that is Donald Trump.
But Jeannie, also, the House has passed a border security bill. They did it months ago, H.R. 2. It didn't go anywhere in the Senate. Should it have? Should it now? Even if they're harder line measures than Democrats would typically swallow, we know border security is top of mind for voters.
Yeah, I have long said I think that the president should say yes, yes, yes on everything with the border. But let me tell you, if he says yes to H.R. 2, they will find a reason to stop it. That is the juggernaut that is Donald Trump in an election year as we look forward to November. And so I think they should say yes. I think the president should say that. But I'm telling you, they are not going to see progress out of the House on that. They will find a reason not to do it. And of course, Johnson, he's at 219 now. He's got a sliver. This is the smallest margin in history for him to be able to move anything.
There's more nuance to this as we were discussing with Rick Davis. Rick, is there an 11th hour save here specifically on the border deal? Let's put Ukraine aside for a moment. Our last minute here for Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, look, it's certainly in the Democrats' interest, as Jeannie said, to get some H.R. 2, the House bill, is a non-starter in the Senate. And there's been way too many things in there that actually are sort of extra border policies that can't be swallowed by the Democrats. But the bottom line is this is an opportunity, frankly, for the Biden administration to sign something that even Republicans in the House can support. It's going to be a tough environment to do it because Donald Trump doesn't want to see it done. But there are people who will ignore this sort of crass politicalization of a policy like this because they actually every day see crisis at the border and want to do something about it.
Something tells me, Kaylee, this is going to keep changing by the day, if not the hour, and an important conversation here that we're going to look back on with competing priorities in the Republican conference in the Senate. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, great conversation. Thanks for being with us. Our signature panel here on Bloomberg Balance of Power as we turn now to Nancy Lyons for world and national news in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. Trump White House official Peter Navarro has been sentenced to 4 months behind bars. He was convicted of contempt of Congress for refusing to cooperate with a congressional investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Navarro had argued that he thought he was shielded by executive privilege since Donald Trump told him not to cooperate. The judge admonished Navarro today, saying the words executive privilege are not magical incantations and not a get-out-of-jail-free card. The Texas National Guard is continuing to add more razor wire along the border in Eagle Pass, despite a Supreme Court ruling that gives federal agents the power to cut it down. In a statement, Governor Greg Abbott says Texas has the constitutional authority to defend and protect its borders. He spoke with Bloomberg.
We are adding more razor wire as we speak right now to make sure that we are doing even more to secure the border. We are going to make it impossible to enter Texas illegally, and that includes maintaining the National Guard on the border, building more border wall, just like what President Trump put up, as well as extending the razor wire wall in the state of Texas.
Again, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Elon Musk wants to create a whole new town in Texas, but a deal to do a land swap around the launch pad near Boca Chica Beach is not sitting well with environmental groups. Mary Angela Branch is with the nonprofit Save RGB.
How will this impact, further beach closures, beach access? Has any environmental assessments been done? Because a lot of that is wetlands.
Branch's group is also upset Texas land, possibly mineral rights, are being sold to a private company. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We're looking at an update on Wall Street, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 Index, Russell 2000, all very much in the green. Traders pushing stocks toward another record on speculation the Fed will be able to engineer a soft landing as the American economy remains fairly resilient and inflation shows signs of cooling. Here's where we stand. Right now we're looking at an 11-point gain in the S&P 500 Index, up 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 56, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 13, up 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 Index up just under 0.1%. The Russell 2000 higher by 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.13%, with a 2-year now at 4.32%. Gold up 0.1%, 2015 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil today trading higher by 2.5%. A rally in WTI now at 76.93 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. Earnings news. Tesla plunging after Elon Musk's pitch for investors to look past slower sales growth fell flat. Other EV makers, including Lucid and Rivian, are also trading lower. Right now we've got Tesla down 12.6%, Lucid lower by 6.7%. Rivian shares, they are trading lower by 2.2%. Intel after the closing bell today, again recapping, stocks higher, 10-point gain right now for the S&P, up 0.2%, 10-year 4.13%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Joe and Kaylee. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Running us through the market action on this day when we got a boatload of economic data. Welcome back to Balance of Power on both Bloomberg Television and radio, where, Joe, we've talked extensively about the issue of the border on this program because we know that is top of mind for voters, but so too is the health of the U.S. economy. And if you look at today's data, it's looking pretty healthy.
That's for sure. Advanced read
of GDP for the fourth quarter, 3.3%. The average economist forecast was down at 2%.
So not a recession.
Doesn't look like one.
Because we keep hearing that we're about to have a recession. And I've been hearing that for, 2 years now.
That's right.
And the data still topping expectations. White House got to be happy about this.
Well, they put out a statement that would suggest that. Yes, they did. Flexing that growth is still up.
Is that a timed email?
And inflation is down.
3.3. Pretty remarkable here. You can add more. You said there was other data here. Add personal spending. This is interesting now. So if are we in a world now where inflation cools and it actually stokes growth because people can afford it?
Well, looking at the data, that is kind of an assumption you could make, because when you look at the GDP price index, which essentially is an indicator of price pressures, that was lower than expected. 1.5% on the headline, quarter on quarter, 2%. 2% is the target over at the Fed.
Ooh, a little alarm bell just went off. I just think it's interesting, though, because the conventional wisdom also is, hey, you might want interest rate cuts, but once that starts happening, that's because we're slowing. Maybe we're in a world where we get both.
Maybe. Let's put that question now to Bharat Ramamurthy, who is joining us. He, of course, was former Deputy Director of the National Economic Council and now is Senior Advisor for Economic Strategy at the American Economic Liberties Project. Bharat, great to see you. You're here in studio with us, which is super exciting. What does this data signal to you? Is it ever going to cool down the U.S. economy?
Look, there's no real signs of slowing down in any of the data. You look not only at the incredibly strong GDP number today, which is really a blockbuster number. You look at recent data on retail sales, on consumer spending, data on business investment. All of it is painting a very rosy picture of the strength in the economy. There really isn't a lot of weakness. As you noted, the key question now, I think, is how is the Fed going to respond to all of this? To me, at least, there's a pretty clear case for starting cuts in March. I think that right now the balance between inflation and employment is pretty finely balanced. There are some minor signs of weakening in the labor market. If you look at the hiring rate, that's starting to slow down a little bit. Initial unemployment claims today came in slightly above what we were anticipating. So nothing to panic about yet, but again, given that monetary policy operates with a lag, and the Fed is already projecting several cuts this year, in my view, it's best to get on with it and start from March.
It sure seems like forecasting is broken. I don't know if when you were helping to run the National Economic Council, if you had better internal data and you look at Wall Street and laugh when they'd be wrong every month or quarter. But is that a post-COVID phenomenon? Is that as simple as what it is? How come nobody can get their arms around what's about to happen?
Yeah, I think, look, there is a lot of reliance on economic modeling, which makes sense, but we should all be relatively humble about it in the sense that we're not drawing on a whole lot of data. We're not drawing on a whole very large sample size when we're looking at recessions. There's only been a few dozen of them in the entire recorded history of the United States. And it's important to remember that the underlying cause of this particular recession wasn't like the financial crisis in 2008. It was a once-in-a-3-generation pandemic. Yeah. And I think in many ways, if you look at the way that the economy responded after the Spanish flu about 100 years ago, if you even go back and look at some data about what happened after the Great Plague hundreds of years ago, there's really interesting analysis about how this type of recovery that we're seeing is what you would anticipate. So you actually have to go back to these historical models that are more telling than your standard
Were you guys sitting down with spreadsheets across the floor looking at them?
Yeah, we would look. There was a lot of underlying belief that given the fact that COVID was such a disruption to the supply side of the economy, and that we had these clear evidence of supply chain issues, clear evidence of supply restrictions, that as long as we stabilize consumer demand, that supply would come back to match the level of demand, and we could see a reduction in inflation without a massive increase in unemployment. The president was saying that, Secretary Yellen was making that claim, and I think given the data we've seen over the last year, they were very clearly correct.
Well, when we talk about consumer demand and what can catalyze consumer demand, what do you often hear from those on the Republican side? We heard a lot of this in Iowa and New Hampshire over the course of the last several weeks, is there's been too much spending, too much of a fiscal impulse, and that is what has led to these inflationary forces that have been so hard to rein back in this economy. That argument isn't fundamentally wrong, is it? Especially as we're heading into a new spending battle right now as we speak.
I mean, look, to me, it's very instructive to look at what happened in other countries, because we ran a controlled experiment. Other countries, whether it was the UK, the EU, they did far less fiscal stimulus than the United States did. They got equal to or as much or more inflation than the United States did, but they got a whole heck of a lot less growth. They had much worse performance on wages, and the bottom line was that the residents of those places came out further behind because they didn't see wages rise to meet the global inflation that we had coming out of the pandemic. If you look at analyses of how much additional inflation the U.S. fiscal response caused, it was fairly marginal. It was maybe a percentage point or two. And so instead of 9% inflation, let's say we had 7% inflation. The flip side of that is that we would have had far less employment, far less growth, far less wage growth, and I think the American people would have come out on the negative side of that equation.
On the subject of wage growth, that also has to tie into labor and the labor movement, of which President Biden has been very supportive. In fact, just yesterday, he finally secured the endorsement of the United Auto Workers after really pushing for those pretty high wage demands that those workers had. Do you see any risk at all that what has been unleashed by that could continue? Because we know that the Fed sure is watching, the PCE data and all of that stuff. Sorry, that was a loud clap for everyone listening on radio. But is there a risk of the kind of that wage price spiral that could still kick in?
I don't think there's a very high risk. Look, there is a lot of capacity in this economy for higher wages. And one of the great things about what happened with the UAW and their fight for a fairer wage package is that after the unionized workforce saw wage gains, you saw all these non-unionized places at Toyota and elsewhere respond by having to raise their wages too. This is an administration, I know for a fact, that's never going to look down at wage gains. They believe that it is important that the workers get a fair share, and there's plenty of profits to draw on for people to get paid fairly and for companies to do well too. And what we have right now is an economy that's not only growing at the top line, but a key factor here is that productivity is growing very quickly too. And productivity is really the silver bullet here, because you can have high wage gains and high growth and low inflation as long as productivity continues to grow at a rapid rate, and that's what we've seen over the last several months.
Fascinating conversation. Great to have you back on this program. Let's stay in touch as we apparently walk our way through a year without a recession. We're not talking about this yet.
Well, it is only January. The general election is still 9.5 months away.
Maybe we're closing things down a little early all the way across. Barack, great to see you. Welcome back, as always, to Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons with some final thoughts straight ahead here on the fastest show in politics, on the radio, on the satellite, on YouTube, and Bloomberg TV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg Radio.
Still picking up the pieces from New Hampshire and Iowa, for that matter. Kaylee, it's fascinating to hear from the Trump campaign now. Everyone decided today to write the story that Donald Trump has a good campaign. Yes, he won Iowa and New Hampshire, which was remarkable if you look at history, something that I believe has never been done before, with certainly the margins that Donald Trump won. But he's out with a warning to donors.
Yep.
This is unheard of. Something we discussed earlier with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, vowing to blacklist donors who go to Nikki Haley just moments after we learned that she raised $1 million in 24 hours.
Well, and she had raised $1.5 million the 2 days prior to that after Ron DeSantis dropped out of the race. We know that coming up just 5 days from now, January 30th in New York, there's going to be a big fundraiser for Nikki Haley that is being co-hosted by names very familiar to Wall Street: Cameron Goins, Stanley Druckenmiller, these kind of individuals.
It's still scheduled, right?
It's still scheduled.
Let's see.
That's a very good point. But it's a question of will the tap keep running for her? As she is vowing to stay in this race, there's nothing stopping her from doing that if she continues to have the financing, the resources to do so. If those resources go away, though, it gets a lot harder to continue this campaign.
Look at the post on Truth, or I guess it's just a truth.
I've never figured out what
I can't say
the word is for that.
By the way, this is another tone. He sends these long.
Yes.
When I ran for office and won, Trump writes, I noticed that the losing candidate's donors, quotes, would immediately come to me and want to help out. Then he goes on to write, anybody that makes a contribution to Haley from this moment forth will be permanently barred from the MAGA camp. Now, I thought the donation thing was kind of a one-way street. The donor has a lot of money, and if he likes you, he gives it to you. This would suggest some sort of pay for play. If you don't give us money, you don't get influence in this administration.
I suppose so. I think we would need a definition of what exactly the former president means by MAGA camp that he would be excluded from. I think what's interesting here, though, because we saw this coming up as a recurrent theme between DeSantis and Haley when both of them were still in this race, was that Haley suggested repeatedly that DeSantis was bitter because all of his former donors were coming over to her. The thing is, those individuals were not with Trump this time around. Is there even a risk that someone who would be a Haley donor would suddenly become a Trump donor? I'm not sure.
Is it as cold-blooded as that? That once a winner is identified, people just send the money, so maybe you get a favor or an ambassadorship or something? Because that's how I read it. Otherwise, why would they care if they're Nikki Haley donors?
Well, exactly. Also, keeping in mind here that Trump does not rely on these big money donors, or at least he hasn't typically. He relies on the small donors, the kind of grassroots campaign, the people who donate $5 when he gets indicted on something new, as we've seen repeatedly over the course of the last year and change. So it just really is such an interesting dynamic. But at the end of the day, Joe, when you're running a campaign, different when you actually reach the White House, isn't resources all that really matter? You have to have the ability to buy these ad spots, to continue to pay staff, to make these trips crisscrossing across the country. If Nikki Haley intends to campaign in Super Tuesday states, of which there are 16, it's not cheap.
You're going to need the money. Even, my goodness, South Carolina with multiple media markets, that $4 million ad buy, we'll see how far that goes and what it might buy for her. But it's the real intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
It is.
It's the donor camp that we're talking about here. As we add to the conversation, Carol Massar and Tim Stenevik, they're coming up on Bloomberg Business Week. These are your people, guys. Donald Trump sending a shot across the bow here to anybody who wants to give money to Nikki Haley. Carol, you think this big donor meeting still happens next week? You got to stop by this thing for us.
I feel like every day is important right now in this political race, and the donors have to be watching it carefully, right? They want their money well spent. Having said that, I think, you guys know better than most, right? This idea of most Americans would like to see a race that wasn't between two candidates that have faced each other before. So they're looking for alternatives, but they've got to be watching day to day those polls and where really the backing is.
Well, and Tim, I do wonder how markets are looking at it this point, because I know Joe and I here in our Washington bubble or New Hampshire or Iowa bubble over the course of the last several weeks are laser focused on this election right now, but if you're an investor, do you hear anyone that already is talking about political risk, how you would potentially hedge a second Biden term or a second Trump term non-consecutively, or is it just too early for people to be making those?
I think for some people it's too early. We did speak with Cliff Kupchan over at the Radio Institute yesterday, and he mentioned the fact that, look, there is some stuff that executives really like about the Trump administration, and they like the less regulation, less hands-on, and in fact, he even said that he thinks Biden has been even more harsh on China than the Trump administration was. So they're cautious about going into it, and also some executives tell us, hey, it's still early. And some executives tell us it might not be these two in November.
And can I just add, there's some folks that are on air who are running companies, and they're like, it doesn't really matter. I guess what they most want is no dramatic changes in terms of legislation or tax structure that impacts their bottom lines and their balance sheets. But in the end, they're more concerned about how's the economy doing, are their business clients buying, are consumers buying. Ultimately, that's what
Joe, it's so weird for me to hear Tim say that it's early, because it is. It's January. And I feel like we've been doing this for like 6 years now.
Yes, and now we're walking into the longest general election campaign of
in
our
history.
lives. So we're going to need your help to keep us sane. What else quickly, Carol's coming up on Business Week?
We've got to talk a little bit more about Tesla, man. It is taking in a big way, and Elon says he's getting more of the company.
Fantastic. We look forward to the conversation every day here on Bloomberg Radio and TV. Yeah, Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Radio studio. We are on radio. We're on TV. We're on YouTube at Bloomberg Originals. It is Thursday, January 25th, and here's the setup at this hour, because some upbeat economic news has provided some support to thinking, I should say, Tim, on the soft landing. We did see that play out, but we are seeing stocks on the best.
Yeah, the S&P 500, after closing at a record high for the first time in 3 years last Friday, on track for a fifth consecutive day of closing at a record. They're up 6 days in a row with a more than 3% gain in that time. The NASDAQ 100 up 6 days in a row, nearly 5% gain, and on track to a sixth.
Again, we've seen the NASDAQ highs right now a little bit negative. We'll see whether or not we've also seen some buying come in late, so we'll see if we get that. In the meantime, we knew we had to know more about today's economic data points, so we're going to talk about that and the sticking of that soft landing, whether or not that is in the cards. And then we've got to talk, as we just mentioned with Joe and Kaylee, about Tesla taking today, Tim.
Yeah, on its, quote, notably lower rate of expansion this year. In the meantime, Elon on the analyst call continuing his call to own more of the company.
Give me more, give me more.
He had more, but he sold it to buy Twitter, which is now X.
This is how it works. This is some of the stuff we talked about with Ross Gerber yesterday. We're also going to get into the FTC inquiry of Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft on its AI partners, and then Apple's overhaul to make regulators happy. So we're all in on tech today.
Also all in on eco data. We got strong new home sales earlier today. We're going to talk residential and commercial real estate with Michael Levy, CEO at Crow Holdings. They've got $31 billion in assets under management.
And we mentioned AI. You know what? Lots of energy and so much power it needs that it's actually getting old coal plants to end up sticking around. They're not being closed down. Who does it make you think of?
Crypto.
All right, so we're going to get into that. Lots to go. First up, though, to that market setup, your top business stories here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Fast-moving markets, and just as you guys came on the air, S&P 500 index gave up a lot of its earlier gains. Right now, holding on to a 2-point gain, up by 0.1%. The Nasdaq 100 index, they are both trading lower right now. We got Nasdaq in the red, down 35, drop there of 0.2%, and Nasdaq 100 index giving up those gains, down 52 points now, a drop there of 0.3%. The Dow holding on to an 11-point gain now, up by less than 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.1%. with a 2-year, 4.30%. Gold flat on the day, $20.13 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%. WTI $76.84 a barrel. Brent above 81 now, 81.88 barrel of Brent. Global benchmark up 2.3%. Bottom line here, traders pushing stocks towards another record, at least for now on the S&P. On speculation, the Fed will be able to engineer a soft landing as the economy remains fairly resilient and inflation shows signs of cooling. Tesla briefly plunging after Elon Musk's pitch for investors to look past slower sales growth fell flat. Right now, we do have Tesla trading lower by 13%. Other EV makers also moving lower today. Case in point, Lucid down 6.6%. Rivian down by 2.6%. Again, recapping, stocks trading mixed. S&P little changed up 2 points. NASDAQ lower by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, it is indeed. All right, Charlie, thanks so much. So let's get to more on today's economic and market setup. Charlie laying out the market trade. We've talked about Wall Street traders trying to, once again, are pushing stocks towards another all-time high, especially on the S&P, but the NASDAQ, which was kind of headed, it's pulled back a little bit, but we had a bunch of data points today, Tim.
Yeah, those data points supported the so-called soft landing. The U.S. economy's fourth quarter growth trouncing forecasts as cooling inflation fueled consumer spending, capping a surprisingly strong year that defied recession goals.
Yeah, that personal spending rising at a 2.8% rate. Business investment, housing also helping fuel the larger than expected advance last quarter. And we had jobless claims. We had a lot going on, which means we just want to get to our team here. We've got Mike McKee, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, here in our interactive Brokers Studio, along with Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, also here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Mike, let's start with you. You were here on Monday when we had Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president. We asked about GDP, how important it was. He's like, nah, it's backward looking. He said what was more important was the employment market. Having said that, is there any significant takeaway from that stronger than expected GDP report for you?
Well, there is, in the sense that it suggests that the economy did not slow down as much as people anticipated, and therefore there's probably more strength going into this first quarter of 2024 than people anticipated. And the Fed has to take that into account as far as it could be inflationary. They're going to look at that. And the one, I wouldn't say there's a big takeaway from this, but there's a big hint in this, that tomorrow when we get the December PCE inflation numbers, that they could be better than anticipated. The headline GDP deflator went down from 3.3% to 1.5%. That's a real head scratcher. And so if we see a big drop, bigger than expected drop in the PCE inflation, you're going to have a big reaction in the markets. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it certainly could.
Other data points that are notable from this morning, Mike, and we're going to get to Gina on equity first, but weekly jobless, higher than forecast.
Well, they're not as notable. Basically, jobless claims had a 1 week hiccup, falling below 200,000, which was probably a combination of weather and just seasonal adjustment factors. We go back to 214,000, and that is roughly the area that we've been in for quite some time. Durable goods orders were flat after a 5.5% gain the month before, but that's basically Boeing. They had a good December, we understand, in terms of sales. I'm not talking in terms of planes that are actually in the air, but they don't match up the number of orders that Boeing gets in durable goods orders, and so that came in flat. The capital goods, ex-air and defense, which is the part that goes into GDP and Economist Watch, that was still up 0.3 and was revised higher to a 1% gain in November. So businesses spent more as the year ended, and that was good news for GDP.
Yeah, supportive certainly for that soft landing, right? That businesses still feel comfortable to spend. All right, Gina, so we toss the ball over to you. It feels like, right, Tim, the last couple of days it's been about a lot of superlatives. And we were already, like, just coming into the show, looking at a 5th consecutive day of closing at a record for the S&P, a 6th consecutive record close on the NASDAQ 100. And then it started to kind of, like, fall down and fall off its highs, both of those equity averages. How are you looking at these market moves? Are they fundamentally supported by earnings or something else?
Well, we are having a pretty recent season, so
low base.
Nonetheless, you've got 82% of companies that are beating expectations. Financials really started us off on pretty sound footing, and tech